Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Balkan Poker Circuit final day, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Looking at the chip counts here, we've got Yuri as our chip leader, 11.8 million, 59 big blinds, and your shortest stack is Easy Go and everything in between. I heard this event smashed it out of the park yet again with the entry field size, and I am delighted to be here with you once again in the booth. It's your Irish pundit, Action Man Dan, and I'm going to be your broadcaster for the duration of this event until we have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Action is about to be underway. Getting the action started. The blinds will be 100k, 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. And here we go. Lights, camera, action. My favorite graphics in the background there, that midnight blue. It's the Balkan Poker Circuit. It is the main event, and over 70,000 euro for the winner. 6 tickets up for grabs as well for the World Series of Poker Europe main event that will take place in Rozvadov later on this year. This one is set to be a cracker. Dealer, shuffle up and deal. Let's go. Cards are in the air. Also, need to give a special mention here. We have the Poker Face hoodie in our collection in the merchandise store on the King's Resort website, back in stock in all sizes. It was a huge hit and was completely sold out the last time, but alas, we have restocked. And I actually cannot wait to get my hands on one of them Poker Face hoodies and wear it around Ireland. I think it'd be very funny. Bring it to an event in my own country. So we've got Domenico in the hijack here, playing 23 big blinds with ace jack of clubs. He is going to raise it up. Freddie Krugers is the first person of the day to say hello in the chat. What's up, Freddie? You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 40 players remaining now from an entry field size of 3,512. Wow. Just incredible. €175 buy-in, generating such a gigantic prize pool. And it is all to play for here. The winner going to take home over €70,000 in cash and a 10k ticket. So €80,000. Not bad for a Monday afternoon, or well, it'll be Monday night at that stage. Domenico will take down the first hand of the day and add 500k to his stack. Osmo, second person to say hello in the chat, says hello guys. Osmo in the house. Is that the kind of shout out you were looking for, Osmo? In the house. I've got a bit of a pep in my step now on this Monday afternoon. I've already been out boxing. Haven't eaten my steak and eggs yet. But I did eat a large portion of blueberries and some fruit. I've had 2 coffees and I am good to go. Daniel all in. 1.5 million from early position. Standard stuff. Ace jack off suit. A lot of the players in this field for a €175 buy-in will be recreationals, and what an unbelievable opportunity it is for them to take down such a sizable amount of money. Antonio Music to his ears here. Shove for sub 10 bigs, and we've got 20 bigs. Sub 20 bigs ourselves, so just going to call it 1.4. Could have decided to ISO, but looks like he did ISO. He just ISO, and we're going to have our first all-in of the day. All-in and call. Antonio with ace-king. Daniel Rose with ace-jack. Antonio, 70% equity to eliminate Daniel Rose in 40th place. $10.76 is the flop. Rainbow. 3 Jabracadas can help Daniel Rose, and that is one of them on the turn. River is the 4 of spades. The Jeffrey arriving to save the day for Daniel Rose will double up to 17 bigs. Antonio taking a hit. Now playing close to 10 big blinds. We've had one more elimination on an outer table. All the time is in the house, says hello all. All the time is in the chat all the time, and it is great to see. You are one of the most popular and frequent regs in the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. The Action Man Dan fans. Nice to have you with us all the time. And that isn't a nasty enough hit, but you get it in good. And it's up to the poker gods then what happens on this occasion. The Jabracada hitting the turn. Daniel finds an ace in the hijack here. Ace 7 offsuit, wants to shove this one for 9 bigs, and he does do just that. We were seeing people miss out on these spots in these lower buy-ins the last couple of weekends. Don't want to be missing the opportunity with an ace in the hijack here for sub 10 bigs to add 500k to your stack. You can see how much he's picking up uncontested. Domenico isn't going to entertain opening sixes there. Understandable off that stack. We do have Italy, Portugal, Czech Republic, and Bulgaria all being represented at this feature. Unbelievable record-breaking event here with 500k being guaranteed. We smashed that. Smashed that all over the floor, which is great to see. I'm not surprised, but it is smack bang in the middle of the summer. Now Daniel going all in for 2.4 million, give or take, from under the gun plus one with ace king. Standard stuff with 12 bigs. Any more we could entertain, just min raising. Min raise, call it off. With 12 or less, we just want to shove. Alfonso raises to 450 from early position. I would prefer to just shove off this stack depth. He's got sub 10 bigs to start the hand. Now, one thing I will say in his favor is it looks incredibly strong to be raising from early position off this stack size. An easy go. The name says it all here. He's got to stack off. Just call. He's only got 450 behind. We're watching very short stack poker here. Ace, ace, six. 2 diamonds on the flop. And this is a nice flop for easy go to just dunk, shove. It's all the one though. It's all going in the middle. So we do have all in call. Turn is a 6 double pair board now. Alfonso looking good as we hit the river. Still 31% equity for easy go. 11 outs. River is the 4 of hearts. And we do have another elimination. We say goodbye to easy go. Easy come, easy go. And Alfonso will scoop the booty. Playing 15 bigs now. 38 players remaining. They must have had a hell of a long night last night. There was no Sunday stream yet again, but they've been playing for several days now, I'd imagine. So they're going to be tired. Koran Kilo looking for the payouts. I'll get them sorted for you in the chat in due course, but I assure you it is over 70 grand for the winner. 70,500 euro. They can keep the 500, I'll keep the 70. Sounds good. Have we got a deal? No problem. Koran Kilo, nice to have you with us. I will be mentioning that Poker Face collection throughout the day as well, folks. If you want to find out additional information about the resort or the merchandise itself, head over to the website www.eliminations.com. kingsresort.com. Alfonso with a 2.5x raise from under the gun. Now, this is what I was saying. If he had 12 bigs or less, you could just shove a hand like this. But because he's got closer to 15, we're seeing Alfonso go for some value here with his hand, not just trying to take down the blinds and antes. And the current payout is in or around €1,200, folks. Next payout will be €1,575, as far as I can tell. They are not the correct payouts in the chat on the Poker Room Kings. Daniel all in from the small, ace 10 off suit, 12 bigs. Alfonso looking for a count, obviously posturing, considering there's a pay jump. Not going to be calling with the 10-4 off suit anytime soon. I gotta love the get up here of Alfonso, by the way. I love these players that are the older contingents. They always bring a different flair to the table. And I'm excited to see what way Alfonso plays with a get up like that. He's certainly looking the part anyway with the shades and the hat. Wouldn't mind getting an outfit like that myself someday. I'm only 34. Maybe I'll wait another decade or so, or maybe till at least I'm 42 anyways. Florian Gigi with a good question says, any recommendation for poker books when the basics and some kind of position knowledge is there, but in all, not enough knowledge about strategies, ranges, tournament play, ICM. Would love to get some tips. Never read a book, and I too often bust early in the tournament or just before the bubble. You can't go wrong watching any of the Twitch streams during the week. That's my bread and butter for learning and staying up to scratch as much as possible. And I'm still way behind the cool kids. As far as learning from books, it's not that they're completely outdated. It's just a lot of the knowledge isn't applicable to the modern game online. I have some excellent recommendations. Check out Dara O'Carney's books. He's a legend of the game in Irish poker. He has wrote 4 books with his friend Barry Carter, and I cannot recommend them enough. So that would be my go-to if you're going to read any poker book, because he has made a modern poker book that can be applied to online and live. So a big shout out to him. You can find all those books on Amazon. And he's even commentated for Kings a few times before. He's just a beast, and he is of the older contingent as well. They are some of the best-selling poker books and strategy books, I think, on Amazon for the last year or two. I need to read. I've read 2 of them. I need to read the other 2. I actually might just read the 4 of them again because it's in one ear out the other with me sometimes, especially when I'm doing other things and I'm busy with college, etc. And I've banged my head way too many times in my life, so memory's not as good as it could be. I'm not 42, no, I'm 34. Queens, the ladies, taking that one down. I'm saying maybe by the time I'm 42, I could wear Alfonso's getup and pretend I'm older. I'll have to get working on the tash. Apocalypse is in the house. What's up, Apocalypse? Says good afternoon, lads and lasses. Always has a story for us and always fills us in. What's been happening? The butchers for Daniel. Queens and Kings back to back. Raises to 500k. And he will have to take down the blinds and antes once again. But you see now, okay, he had Queens and Kings back to back, but he's added 1 million to his stack. Obviously, he was hoping for more, but you see, he's added 25% to his stack there just by taking down the blinds and antes twice in a row. Rondon says this lad must be at least 60. Well, I tell you, when I'm 60, I can't think of a better retirement plan than playing poker. If anything, you should wait until you're older to be playing. Go do all your sporty stuff and climb Kilimanjaro, or I don't know, whatever helps you sleep at night. Go run an ultra marathon there with David Goggins, and then save the poker playing for when you're in your 50s and 60s. I'm a big MMA fan, and a lot of players, or a lot of fighters, are past their prime at 35, 36, 37. So what I think is great about poker is you can play it at any age, as long as your eyesight's not gone too bad. Look at Barney Boatman. He was struggling to see cards, and he's no spring chicken. He just won an EPT not so long ago. Braz checks, Yuri checks. Ace A7 King. Blind v blind battle. Florian says, Max Kruse, the German soccer pro. Yeah, the legend. I had the honor of commentating on his final table last year. I was actually out gallivanting. I got a flight home. I was visiting some friends in Manchester, and I got back and told I'd be on German television in 2 hours. That was a fun day. He said he plays one soccer and wins tournaments at Kings or League One soccer. Yeah, I think it's that competitiveness, Florian, when you apply it to something. If you're that competitive at a high level, you need to keep that up in your later years, no matter what it is. You'll see a lot of people transition into a different sport or a different game. You got to do something to keep the brain active when you get older, and poker's a great retirement plan. As I aforementioned, if you've already made millions playing soccer or whatever the case may be, it's nice to transfer all your skills, your competitive edge, all the things that your competition mightn't have. So if you're an athlete and you have that discipline and the mindset and the routine, and you transfer it to a game like poker, chances are you're going to be successful at that too. Octave says going to be multiple live streams from the festival next week. Not sure what festival you're on about. Dominico betting 425 here, 5-4 deuce, 2 spades. And Pocket says next week's events at King's called the festival. And have you heard information that there's going to be a lot of live streams? Is there something you know that I don't? Florian says poker is just awesome. There are not a lot of things in life I can do 12 hours straight without losing fun or getting bored. Alfonso raising to 450 with pocket sevens. Takes it down. Updated the chip counts. Not much has changed really. Yuri with 54 bigs, Dominico with 26, Braz with 23, Alfonso 17, Daniel Rose with 16, Daniel Stoev with 14, and the shortest stack is Antonio de Lucia with 8 big blinds. Florian says, prediction, Chandler and Connor. I know you're a big fan. I saw a video of Connor totally out of reality again in his pub. I'm afraid 38-year-old Chandler will knock him into retirement. Mike the Biker says, I'm 72, only been playing live for 3 years and loving my weekly tournament. I love hearing things like that, Mike the Biker. Thanks for sharing. Florian says, but I missed 2016, Connor. Don't we all? You're looking at the King of Dublin, yeah? Ten, 8, 6, 1 spade is the flop. Raz with Queen, Jack of Spades, and Yuri with top pair. Ace kicker. Top pair, top kicker even. Betting 550. Raz could have just c-bet this flop. Looks like he's going into check call mode. He's got to be careful. He's only 17 bigs behind. And this pot is starting to get a bit bloated with nearly 2.5 million in the pot as we hit the turn. Turn is the 8 of clubs. That's going to quickly go check, check. Braz has reached the river and he only has queen high. So this seems like a good candidate to bluff. And if he's going for a bluff to get rid of an ace high type holding, he blocks his opponent having ace jack. He blocks his opponent having ace queen. It is a paired board. The flush has come in. Perhaps he just feels like it's not going to be good enough of a hand to try to get your opponent to fold something. So he does decide to just check fold. And the more I think about it, it actually probably is fine. I would have probably fired 2 streets there with the queen jack. Would have fired the flop anyway. Can go into check call mode, but then you're really just allowing the button to keep barreling. As Lol Suck says, only thing about tournaments is death by quads. Pucker says, not much to say from this weekend, by the way. Went out celebrating United beating the Blue Scum. Ooh. That's touchy. I was a United fan. I guess if I was following anyone, it would be United. But back in my day, it was Peter Schmeichel in goals and York and Cole up top. Beckham, Giggs, Irwin, Roy Keane. That kind of squad was when I was a big fan. I do have a prediction for that fight, Florian. Chandler's basically been in a 2-year camp. And we all know what the other fella has been doing. So if I was a gambling man, if I was to bet, I'd be betting against my boy Connor. I reckon Chandler puts him away in the second round. Antonio shoving the queen jack, 8 bigs. And Alfonso waking up with the goods in the big blind, going to call for 1.4 million. Nine three deuces the flop. Antonio needing severe help, or Alfonso going to take another player out. And Alfonso now playing over 5 million, and Antonio has been eliminated. ECW King in the house says, a good day, y'all. Nice to have you with us, ECW. Was there ever any doubt that you'd be dropping by to say hi? No. .34 players remaining now. Daniel will ace 5 of clubs, raising to 425. Or 15 bigs in the hijack. Yes, Florian, I did answer about Connor. Second round knockout, Chandler. All day. If it's not the second round, it'll be the third, but if I'm betting, it's going to be second round knockout, Chandler. Domenico going to call here in the cutoff pocket sixes. Ace, king, deuce is the flop. Top pair for Daniel. He's going to bet 500k. And on that board, Domenico will just say goodbye to his sixes. Also says thanks for reading the chat. A big component of this channel and it growing exponentially over the last few years is reading the chat, interacting with the fans, trying to help people with their questions. And it creates a good ambiance, a friendly atmosphere. We've got the best moderators in the game. If anyone starts causing trouble, Ivan in the house says was Kings. Another thing as well, lol sucks, is we've got so many regs in the Poker Room Kings on Twitch now. The Action Army. And then we've had loads of new faces as well, loads of new names this year, and they keep coming back. So they're now become the new regs. So we got old regs and new regs. So just great community. Makes my job easier as well, interacting with everyone throughout the day. Daniel in the cutoff with 11 bigs. Wants to shove this one, but there's a pay jump to 1575. No, there's not. We have the payouts in the chat. There is no payout to worry about. It's 1575 from 35th to 28th. Thanks a million for that, Apocalypse. Guys, I love this Alfonso character. I can't wait to see what he's going to do. I don't remember seeing Alfonso Amendola at Kings before. But he doesn't appear to me to be someone who's on his first rodeo. Daniel just going for the shove for 12 bigs. Wants to take down the blinds and antes. Yuri, who's got all the chips. He's got loads of pink chips already, and it's a lot of booty. 12 million. And for me, cut off against big blind for 12 bigs when we have this much money is a call. I would prefer if my King Jack was suited. I just think it's going to play too good. against the shoving range from the cutoff, especially we can call, and if we lose, we still have 10 million. Decides not to gamble. Wow, I'm getting a lot of love in the chat here. Loads of great messages. Ivan saying, one of the best commentators is you, Dan. Thanks very much for your comment. And Ivan saying he thinks the stream deserves more viewers. Well, you've got to remember, a lot of the time it's on a Sunday night when people are hungover, busy with family, kids, out gallivanting, and a lot of people are in work on a Monday. So I think we do great with the numbers, all things considered. We've got loads of people on YouTube. They know where to find us over here, but we've got the mods to keep things in control, which is very important for the growth of this channel. L1 says, hey chat, hey streamer, when is the 500k guaranteed? Well, this is a 500k guaranteed, but I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. There is more 500k guarantees coming up. If you want to find out all the schedule, just head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. 32 players remaining now. You can see it all in the top right hand corner of your screen. We had 3,512 entries. Daniel Rose going to take that one down with the ace king. Orion says, I'm new to this world. How long are you playing poker and how did you get so popular that you commentate for Kings and people know you? ECW says you don't want to know what Dan did for this job. I just keep turning up. That's all I do. Took over one day for Fintan Gavin 2 years ago just to fill in and got asked to do the following day, and then the rest was history. Alfonso raising in the hijack with King 5 of diamonds. I like this open. A lot of players just miss these opens to let this hand go. Yeah, I just think it's great. It's very interactive. I know what it was like when I was trying to learn how to play poker. Certainly didn't have things like Twitch. I played professionally, Florian, for well over a decade. I would say about 15 years. And I was in college. So it suited me to do the commentating. I was kind of stepping away from poker for a while. I didn't really... It was just hard to play and be in college, so the commentating suits with the college. College will be over soon enough by the end of the year, and we'll see what's happening then. Alfonso betting 700k here, which is quite a large bet, and Daniel, with a hand as strong as Daniel's here calling from the small, I would prefer a check raise or a check jam. Domenico shoving over the top. We've got massive action. I don't particularly like Alfonso's bet size here into 2 players. It's just a bit large. I might go into check call mode. Granted, he'll take it down a good portion of the time, but this will smack the perceived big blind's defending range more than the hijack's opening range. And Daniel sandwiched in the middle in the small tends to have quite a strong range that will connect with this board also. And this is just going to go all in for Daniel, I would imagine. He's just got way too much equity. He's got 2 overs, good shot, straight draw, and a flush draw. It's a monster. But now we have to consider that Domenico is going to have 2 pair a lot of the time here. Could even have a set. So we do lose a considerable amount of our outs there if we are Daniel Rose. Having said all that, we have a lot of money invested, and I am not folding. You'd want to put me in a straitjacket to fold that hand if I was Daniel Rose. Even if I was in a straitjacket, I'd find a way to get my chips across the line. Alfonso wants a count. I don't think he should even be looking for a count. This is getting a bit extreme here now from Alfonso. Daniel's already called his bet. Domenico's all in for 4 million. Alfonso just needs to fold. I just think we've got too strong of a hand here if we are Daniel Rose. I see a comment in the chat saying you don't like the call with queen high, but with the flush and straight draw you have to call. Yeah, your opponent could just have top pair sometimes, like ace7, king7. We've got the redraw. Take my money. It is horrible when you're up against a hand like ace deuce of clubs here, ace 3 of clubs basically, and occasionally you're going to run into a set with 4s, 5s and 7s, 7-5, 7-4, 4-5. But what a pot this is if you can successfully take it down, hit your flush, hit your straight. And like I said, sometimes you might be up against a hand like 6-7, an open ender and top pair, something that contains a 6. Now, I did initially say you'd have to put me in a straitjacket to fold this queen 8 of clubs, but it is still a very tough spot. Maybe I'm just feeling in a gambly humor, and if you break it down, do you want to flip against 2 pair? But I think if you think your opponent can have a 6x type hand or a top pair type holding, I just think queen 8 of clubs is too strong. If he's got your clubs dominated, it is horrible. But c'est la vie. The longer that this goes on, the more likely it is that Daniel Rose makes a massive laydown. And Domenico happy to not get called there. And Rose having 42% equity. But having said everything that I just said, you are flipping the majority of the time there. It's not ideal with Queen 8, but I just think with that much money already in the pot, I'm going for it. Interesting to see what you all think about that one in the chat. Really intricate hand there to discuss. Red Misty in the house says, afternoon, Dan, baby. What's up, Red Misty? Nice to have you with us. Jerry Fall in the house as well. Haven't seen him in a while. What's up, Jerry? Twisted Blames. There's no fold equity here. The board is super polarized. Favors big blind most of the time, but he needs to put 3 million for 9. It's hard, but you've got to play for stacks IMO. Love that comment from Twisted Blames. That's kind of my thinking. It's tough when you're under the bright lights. It's easy when we're watching at home to think, okay, I'm going to stack off here, but he's also thinking, well, I can fold here and still have nearly 20 big blinds. Also, it's a big enough call from him in the small blind pre. I don't love it, I don't hate it, but I would prefer to have Queen 9 or Queen 10 suited to be calling from the small there. It just has more playability. Now, that's me really nitpicking. The reason I say that is you're sandwiched in between Alfonso and the big blind, and it's hard for you to realize your equity, even if you are suited and you are getting a reduced price to see the flop. Apocalypse says one of them, even if he's ahead, then it's probably 50-50, and if he's behind, he's probably drawing almost dead. Yeah. 32 players remaining. Now, in a structure like this, although average stack is around 20 to 25 big blinds, it is 1 hour blinds. So it is going to be a hell of a long day. He's probably thinking, you know, I'm going to get another spot. It isn't the be all and end all if I fold here. But I'm just thinking of having 10 million chips. And of course, we want action. I always want action. That's our mantra. When Daniel completes the small blind with 9-6 off here, I'm just shoving the ace-3. Daniel shouldn't have too many hands he's calling off with here. Alfonso just goes for the check behind. It's a little bit passive. And does flop top pair. And now it's very disguised. When we check back here with the ace, very disguised if we do hit one, because we're not meant to have much ace-x, because most ace-x should be just shoving, especially when it's a 10 big blind stack. Does take it down. Kings now for Alfonso, the small blind. Just took down that hand with the ace-3 off too. He goes for 900k of a raise, which I despise. But Bumblebee goes for it. And bing, bang, boom, just like that. This is all in and call. Alfonso sitting pretty here with the kings against Bumblebee sevens. 42 big blinds in the middle. King, queen, 10. Alfonso flopping a set. Bumblebee gonna lose a chunk of change. Turn is a jack. 7 outs now can save Bumblebee on the river, but it is the 3 of diamonds. And now Alfonso scooping that booty, adding 4.2 million to his stack. I still think that was an outrageous large size in the small blind with such a strong hand. There's just no need to make it nearly a million when the big blind is 200k. It's making it 4.5 times the big blind. Quicken Concurrent, says Dan. What's up, Concurrent? Nice to have you with us. Bumblebee just taking that one down. He's probably a bit browned off, losing such a large portion of his stack with the pocket sevens. He's just got to remain composed. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I mean, I don't know what he's meant to do when Alfonso makes it 4.5 times the big blind. I don't think he should be folding sevens. But when Alfonso does that, unless it's his standard raise size, it's indicating a very strong hand, which was the case. Now again, I'm nitpicking a bit, but making it nearly a mil, it's unlikely he's going to be folding if we rejam with sevens there. But calling for 700k more, yes, we will be in position, but it's just such a large portion of our remaining stack. So I'm not sure about that one. Do we just give him ultimate credit and fold sevens? I think that also seems a bit too tight. Maybe rejamming is the best play. But Alfonso doesn't strike me as the kind of character who puts chips in that likes to fold. We've seen how long he took with just king 5 of diamonds on the 4-5-7-2 club flop. And we have Thomas Frederick. We had him in the mix. He had a deep run last weekend. Nice to see him back. Blinds have gone up, folks. 125 is now the small blind. 250 is now the big blind with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Folded all the way around to the small blind, and Yuri with ace-3 of clubs. Yuri making it 6.25 to go, and Daniel going to call for 3.75 more with a very sexy looking queen, king queen of diamonds. You usually just want to be rejamming that one, especially against the chip leader. Instead, the flop is going to go check, check. And I also would have liked to see a bet from Daniel in position. He's not letting this go. Okay, this is very passive play from Daniel Rose. He should just be rejamming pre, especially against Yuri. He's going to be raising wide in the small blind, especially when he's got that much chips. Ten bigs for Braz in the cutoff. It's going to shove fives. Daniel finds a monster in the small. We've got all in and call. Ace king against the fives. Ten eight deuce two diamonds is the flop. Braz still ahead. Turn, jack of diamonds. Daniel now with a lot of outs heading to the river. The river is the four of clubs, and Braz will be breathing a sigh of relief. The fives getting a huge hold as Bird drops by to say hi. What's up, Bird? The bird is the word. What's the good word, my brother? Bumblebee is going to shove 12 bigs. Ace, Queen of Hearts. $29 players remaining now. The Ace, Queen of Hearts taking down the blinds and antes. Domenico going to raise to 550 on the button with Ace 3 off suit, and Daniel in the big blind, finding himself very short now. 300k to call, over $1 million in the pot, close to 1.2. You're getting 4 to 1. I think I flick it in here and stack off on a good board. Likes that flop. Either player with a heart in hand. Jack 10 deuce. You could just donk jam here. I would probably just check and let Domenico put us all in. It is risky though. When we play it that way, we do risk a check back from the button. And if a heart rolls off, you're not loving life. Daniel all in for 850 with pocket threes. And Alfonso going to be priced in here with 8-6 of diamonds. I am shocked to see him fold for that price. That is not what I expected to see. Thought Alfonso would surely call that one. Less than 4 bigs was the shove. Here he raised to 625 with ace queen off suit. The bird agrees with me about the Jack 10 hand. He said check raise all in, would have made some additional chips. And Concurrent says, how you doing? We're doing good. How are you? A lot of activity and people saying hello in the chat this morning. It's great to see. Well, it's afternoon now. Still 28 players remaining. We will have a redraw when there is 24 remaining. Saul Suck says at work just listening to you, watching when shit goes down. Oh, I love it. What a way to spend your day, especially if you're in work. You're not the only one that tunes in from work, that's for sure. Love to hear that. Thanks for your comment. Alfonso, 30 bigs on the button. Ace king off suit. Bumblebee could rejam here. Nice hand to do it with, and he does have fold equity. Decides against it. Now Braz the big blind with ace deuce off suit. Alfonso going for a raise of 550 here, and he goes for a raise to 900k in the small blind with kings. It just doesn't really make much sense to me. Braz is going to call from the big. Jack 8-8 is the flop, 2 hearts. Double pair board. Alfonso going to go for a bet of 700k here on the turn. Braz probably calls one to see a river. He can beat a lot of draws, some heart draws, some open enders, some king highs. Chops at all the ace highs. And that's exactly what happens. Chop it up, gents. Domenico raising to 550 with ace queen. Takes down the blinds and antes. Alfonso is the chip leader at this feature. No one's really that deep. Couple of shorties, 11, 10, and 4. Bumblebee with 12. Braz with 21. Domenico 25. Jonas says, wow, so many low stacks. Yeah, but that means there's going to be a few big town bullies on some outer tables with big stacks. That's the way that works. Remember, it's 1 hour blind, so even if the average stack is relatively low right now and it seems like there's a lot of short stacks, there's still so much playability. This one's going to go on into the later parts of the night, I'd say. Thomas raising under the gun off 11 bigs. Probably just wants to be shoving this one with king queen offsuit, but I can get behind this. It is a nice combo to do it with. You do it with hands like king queen and king jack for the blockers. Good playability with these type of holdings. And Daniel in the small with 3 bigs wants to stack off here with queen jack suited. There is a page on blooming though, which is important. Is the pay jump from 1575 to 1,825 euro. That's the third passive fold I've seen now from Daniel Rose. Lawless, you here all night then, Dan. We have a lot of short streams, especially on the Sundays. But the Mondays can be very long. We've had a couple of streams that have gone 15 hours this year, so it's not my first rodeo. Lol sucks. Even if you are new to the channel, I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. I always have a tent I can pitch and a large flask of coffee when we go past midnight. All good. Draws with Jack 10 off suit, min raising in the cutoff. Thomas is going to defend with king 3 suited. Flop comes ace queen 7 2 clubs. Braz just wants to bet this. Bet around. Quarter pot. Like 400k. 350. Goes for 350. Braz will take it down. Thomas shoving from the small with ace king. Takes it down. Club says Dan is basically tied in an electric chair if he tries standing up before the tournament finishes. Well, you can imagine. Sometimes they need a good jolt around that hour of the morning. All right, Apocalypse. We stay to the jabs done. Isn't that what Mikey from Snatch said? Sorry for my terrible pikey impression. Did anyone watch the new South Park yet? It came out the other day. I thought it was hilarious. Do love a good South Park. Old Suck says he did, yeah. I don't want to give away any spoilers, but well, it was very, very clever. I love these feature-length episodes that are nearly an hour long. So all the time says he immediately imagined the movie Ghostbusters. No, Snatch. I do like Bill Murray, though. Daniel Rose is all in. Now, the problem is I haven't seen his cards yet, but he didn't stack off in 3 spots. The Queen 8 of clubs, he made a very tight fold, and then he also folded 3 bigs with Queen Jack of hearts. He's gone all in now with ace 3. Bumblebee going to be priced in to call this King Jack offsuit. He's already invested 500k between his big blind ante. It's 600k more for him to call. Does call. Jack 7 deuce is the flop, 2 spades. Turn is a 3, the river is a 5, and we are going to lose Daniel Rose in 26th place. Bumblebee takes that one down. That means we have 25 players remaining, which also means we are 1 elimination away from the redraw. Alfonso raising on the button with the ace jack off suit. Braz is going to 3-bet Alfonso here. He's an unbeliever. He's gone for quite a small sizing, 1.475 mil. If I'm sitting in Alfonso's shoes, I might just use this as a 4-bet rip. But Braz hasn't been too out of line. We don't know much about him. He's a new player. He eventually does fold. Wasn't sure what he was going to do there. Giving credit to Braz. Braz's hand looking very strong, 3-betting from the big blind, but he did just have King 8 offsuit, using that blocker to great effect. Takes down a nice pot. His hand hits the muck, but rolls over. I believe he was trying to show one card, but it looks like he exposed both. Current payout is €1,825, and we are still one elimination away from the redraw. Thomas shoving with ace-6. Thomas will take down the blinds and antes. And Alfonso with a very pretty hand here. Queen Jack of diamonds raising to 550. And Braz, 27 bigs on the button. Pocket tens. We go a few ways with this one. Sometimes we would just straight up rip, but it seems like it's too many bigs. We could 3-bet and juice. We could just call. We're not folding. All options on the table, really. And he just go for the all-in. He doesn't want to 3-bet call it off, and he doesn't want to just call on the button, so he decides to just rip it. I think this is fairly okay off 25 bigs, well 24, 26 effective. But in general, I would prefer to just 3-bet call it off, or yeah, sub 20 we just rip. But when we have about 25, we don't really want to run the risk of going to see a flop, but he's not going to be able to call your 3-bet that much. So putting the pressure on him, the max amount of pressure, seems totally reasonable and fine. As coming for your soul says standard rip, yeah. It would be about the most I would be ripping here though, coming for your soul. Anything getting close to 30 bigs, I just think it's too much. But is it too much if we're going to 3-bet call it off? It only really becomes too much when we're deeper. In fact, effective stack 26. Alfonso never calling that one, of course. And I believe there's been an elimination on an outer table, which means 24 players remain now. We're going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. We're going to come back with 3 tables of 8. Things are really heating up here. We have so much more action to come. Hope you're enjoying the show. We'll keep it right here, and we'll be right back in a few minutes.
+1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
George, this is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of a hit.
I knew it! I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing for over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
175.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer. I have him interested. And now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I have tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me if it's true. Huh? 7. Pocket 7.
Feels like the type of hand it'd be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high-level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. USEP folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace-9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. So the big blind get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, one of his jacks already dead. So it's a one-out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with this short stack and
Absolutely horrible.
finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. No.
Chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered, but it's a big blow for Robert.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a 6 it up.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Youssef yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe. Folds under the gun +1, he's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
George is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it! I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position, and he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay, fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
He's seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Gius with the enough flush draw. His overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a Turk card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius, he makes the call, Henry.
wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgius, both players with the same stack size. Woo! 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we
Mr.
have a player
Bond.
with a stack. 2.5 million.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. We've got action. Raz raising the 525 on the button with King Queen off suit, and that's Ace King. The big blind is just going to straight up rejam, not even going to try and juice this one. Personally, I feel they're a bit too deep to just rejam this many bigs. You want to try to get value for your Ace King, you can just induce with a 3-bet. Yes, it sucks if your opponent calls and you go post flop, but good things can happen. Let's take that one down. So we've got a new lineup, 24 players remaining now. We've got Nats as your chip leader with 48 bigs, Grinder OG, who we've seen at Kings before, Braz with 32 bigs, Mario with 28, Dimitri with 24, Antonio with 21, Michelle D'Angelo, who we also know as a Kings Resort reg, and Daniel Stoev is still the shortest stack at this feature with 7 big blinds. We have Switzerland, Germany, Bulgaria, Romania, and Italy all being represented at this feature. New chips are in play. They're the pink chips. They're 500k a pop. Let's go. Ace King again, this time for Michelle D'Angelo. We've got action. Daniel picking up 2 black ladies in the big blind. He's going to go all in and call, and we've got another flip. Ace King against Queens. Daniel, the at-risk player. €23 players remaining now, so the pay jump has been reached to €2,225. 10-6 deuces the flop, 2 clubs. Four of hearts hits the turn. River is the 8 of spades, and Daniel gets a well-needed double up. Bird says, why does this never happen when I have queens? Perhaps you are just not lucky with the ladies, Bird. Mama Bird ain't being good to you. Maybe we'll rename the ladies the Birds. We can call them the Birds from now on. Blackbirds, Redbirds, the Robins, the Redbreasts. I'll stop now. Nats is going for it here with the 3-2 suited, and I'm all for it with this kind of a stack. But Mario waking up with the Jabracadas here in the big blind. He's going to 3-bet to 1.6 million. So we have Nats with Ace, Jack, and Grinder with the same hand. Under the gun against the cutoff. Michelle coming along for the ride. Flops best on the 10-8-3 two-spade flop. Grinder going to bet 600k. Michelle now has to decide what to do. I think we want to be continuing at the very least. I was going to suggest check jamming off this stack depth. We get a lot of hands like overcards to fold. Yes, of course, we're going to be up against some overpairs, but that's just the way she goes sometimes. God says, isn't there a bird in the UK called a great? I'm not sure what that word is, probably an obscenity, but you'd have to ask Apocalypse about that bird. I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm from Ireland, not England. I ain't part of the UK, mate. Bird says that's a tight fold. I agree. Dimitri with the ace-9. Well, probably wants to rep this flop with the king-queen deuce rainbow. Doesn't have to bet big, can just bet like 500k, 450, something around that area. Ask is your chip leader, 38 bigs. Grinder not too far behind with 32. Then Mario with 25. Braz with 25. Dimitri with 24. Antonio with 18. Daniel with 11. And Michelle D'Angelo is your shortest stack at this feature table now, playing 7 bigs. By the way, folks, if you are just tuning in on this Monday afternoon, you're watching the Balkan Poker Circuit live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event. And I am going to be mentioning several times today that the very, very popular poker collection, the poker face collection, the poker hoodie, is now back in stock on the merchandise side of the website www.kingsresort.com. So head over there. We now have it in all sizes. It's back in stock. It was sold out for ages and it is now back better than ever. I love that piece of clothing. It's got a mask sewn into the hood. What more could you want when you're stealing your opponent's blinds at the table? Nask with ace king of diamonds is going to min raise. Lines are 150, 300, 300. Now, by the way, they went up after the break. 21 players remain, so we've had 3 knockouts since we returned. That means the pay jump is looming of about €400. Next payout is €2,625. Brad, 575, going to attempt to take this pot away from his opponent here. And he's got the combo to do with 9 for a straight. This board smacks the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range of Nask. So I like this bet from Braz. Nask is going to call 1 ambitiously and loves that river. The ace of hearts. Braz going to bet 1.6. This is going to get picked off by the ace king. And that's a nasty enough spot there for Braz. Braz done everything right. That river just very, yeah, and you can see his frustration spinning his cards into the air. Disgusted with that run out. Kamikaze Boogie in the house. Action Man Dan, happy Monday to you and the crew. Nice to have you with us, Kamikaze Boogie. Marty says, hey Dan, long time no here, been way too busy in real life for some time. It's lovely to hear your voice again. By the way, the name is pronounced Mick L.A. Thank you very much, Natty. Do you know what? I actually knew that and have just been pronouncing it wrong. Not on purpose, just skipped my mind. Thank you for letting me know. And that's Jack 9 suited under the gun, raising to 600k. And is that correct now, Natty? Michele. Michele? I knew it wasn't Michelle. It's Michele. Michele. Brian, you're going to 3-bet. Jack 10 suited. Nice 3-bet. Sizing, a nice candidate to do it with the Jack 10. Aces for Demetria. Takes down the blinds and antes. Maska is going to go for a 3-bet here. Dimitri opening with the 10s is going to call 4.25 million in this pot as we see the flop, and that's just with King 7 of hearts trying to abuse his position, using those chips to his advantage. With Dimitri has a hand that he could have just 4-bet ripped, decides to see a flop in position. Dimitri is going to raise, it looks like. I don't understand this. Surely we just want to continue. In case our opponent has an ace X type holding, are we turning our 10s into a bluff? Matters, it does not. Finding a different way to win with those pocket 10s, and is now basically tied for the chip lead at this feature with 21 players remaining. Grinder raise into 600k with pocket 8s. Daniel going to be rejamming this one with ace queen, sub 10 bigs to start the hand. The grinder is going to have to stack off here, of course, sub 10 bigs to start the hand. But it is Daniel that will be stacking off, but grinder putting them all in. Daniel stalling for the pay jump, of course, with just 200k behind. All the time says we've got action. Well, it's just got to be all in and call. We're going to have another coin flip on our hands. If anyone is wondering why he is posturing, it's because there is a pay jump of €400, which equals 2 buy-ins. It's nothing to be sniffed at. He's entitled to take his time. Everybody does it. So I wouldn't call him a bitch. Just stack off and off to the races we go. 6.1 million in the pot. King 7-3. All hearts hits the flop, and Grinder has the 8 of hearts. Daniel needing help, and Grinder hits a flush on the turn, and we will lose another player. Grinder OG, who we have seen making a few deep runs, picks up a really nice pot. Dangerous man to be giving chips to. 20 players remain. That means the pay jump has been reached, and it also means we are 4 eliminations away from another redraw. We will have a redraw when there are 16 remaining. Come back with 2 tables of 8. Current payout is €2,625. Stall the ball. We've got more action. Queens in the big blind. Whereas with the ace king. We're seeing a lot of flips so far today. $4.2 million in this pot. Raz covering. D'Angelo needing help. Well, I say he needs help. He's ahead. I take it back. 8-8-6 is the flop. Good start. 5 outs now. As we hit the turn, Raz needing an ace or a king. Oh, and there it is. It's the ace of hearts on the turn. We are going to lose another player. Unless this river is another lady, and it isn't. It's the 4 of spades. $19 remain now. Raz scooping that one. 3 eliminations away from the redraw. That's ace 10 of clubs is going to raise in the cutoff. We've had another elimination. 18 players remaining now. We're going to have 3 tables of 6. Ace 6-6 is the flop. Grinder with the 5s. We could go into check call mode for a small bet. Unless decides to just check it back. And the clubs hits the turn. That's bets 300k. Grinder calls for 1 big blind. River is the jack of clubs. That's going for additional value here on the river. Got one down. Can't get over them beautiful graphics in the background. I just love those colors. King's production team going above and beyond. Day in, day out. For the viewers. The fans from around the world. Grinder raising to 850 in the small with Queen Deuce off suit. Blind v blind battle. Naum defending with the king 6. 9-4-3 is the flop. So Grinder's going to take a stab at it for about 650. That looks a bit larger, 725. Now for the big blind here, backdoor club, backdoor straight draw, and can have the best hand with king high. I would like to see a turn, please, dealer. If he does let it go. Grinder and Matsk fighting it out at the top. 41 bigs and 47 big blinds apiece. And Demetria 34. Naum 30. And then Mario and Braz with 22 big blinds each. See in the top right hand corner of your screen, there are now 17 players remaining, which means we are just one elimination away from the redraw. Actually, guys, that's pretty incredible. We're only back about 40 minutes, maybe less. In or around that. We've nearly had 8. We've had 7 eliminations so far. Fast-paced action taking place here at the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And Fox says, good morning, chat, and to the world's greatest commentary voice. All right, I think you're taking it too far now, mate. Thank you nonetheless. Bird says, I wonder if Mario was some kind of artist like Prince or Shakira. I can never hear the name Shakira without going, Shakira, Shakira. It's just the thing that dances around my brain every time I see her or see the name or hear her on the radio. Thought I'd share that with the audience. As for Prince, I won't get into some of his lyrics. Grinder raising on the button, 8-7 offsuit. Braz in the big, 9-8 offsuit. Let's see a flop. No, that looks like a 3-bet. This guy likes to be pretty aggro. The problem with 3-bet and 9-8 offsuit, we don't have a blocker, and our hand has more playability to just see a flop. So I'm not the biggest fan of this, and I'm not the biggest fan of his sizing. Now, having said that about his sizing, it's going to look very strong 3-betting off this stack depth. Braz going to complete his option in the small with 10-8 of diamonds. King 10 deuce is the flop, 2 hearts. I would prefer to see Demetria bump this up pre with a hand as strong as ace jack. Demetria is betting 450. Braz going to call. Turn is the deuce of clubs. And if Demetria continues barreling here, Braz has a good hand to call down with. Turn does to go check, check. The ace jack just going to be winning the showdown a bunch. River is the 3 of clubs. Braz betting small, getting called. A new payout had been reached as well, so current payout is now €3,025. Mask is going to complete in the small here with King 4 offsuit, and Mario with the decision in the big with Jack Deuce of diamonds. We'll check his option. There's King, King, Deuce. Trips for Netsk. Mario could lose some chips here. But he decides to check back on the flop. Pot controlling. And turns a diamond draw. Time to start betting now with our trips. Doesn't want to go too small. I like a bet of about 600 here. 500. Goes for 3. The reason I say he doesn't want to go too small is we want to try to get 2 streets now. And if we want to try to get 2 streets, let's size up on the turn so we can get a nice value bet in on the river. A deuce will pay us off, some backdoor diamonds, etc. River is the 3 of spades. Next now, doing what I suggested, sizing up. Goes for 1.4 million. And I hear some noises in the background, a few yeses and a few claps. So that must mean this is going to be the last hand before we go on a break to do another redraw. Mario makes a disciplined laydown. Hard for him to call there, to be fair. Too big of a price. Too big of a bet. We're going on a break, folks. We're going to come back. We're going to have 2 tables of 8. Balkan Poker Circuit is alive and firing us up with lots of action. I will see you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
3 players involved. First to act, Mr. Bond. Well, it's a problem for Armando. He's connected, he's made top pair. Mr. Bond with none of this. Just waiting for a check, and there it is, and now Dario. Well, he's going to fire for sure. 64,000 in the pot. Oh, sneaky, Henry. Interesting check. Armando, top pair. Chip leader, big stack. Looks to be about 50% pot size bet. 30k. Mr. Bond is going to get out of the way. And Dario, he likes this check raise move.
3 pass.
So it's Italy versus Italy. Smooth call with the kings.
6 check. 6 calls.
Yeah, king of diamonds for dessert.
Armando picks up a good shot with his top pair. Dario with the same draw, but he's ahead with the kings. Queen would chop it. Check back from Armando, and well, Dario, it's like a bad beat, Henry. That queen on the river.
I'd love to see a jam here. It's so sexy. Although, would be missing out on value, but in terms of getting your opponent off a chop, I think block jam is really sexy as well. Like B33, 40k. I don't mind. I don't mind like 150% overbet, and I don't mind inducing the raise to then jam, because we always have ace king and our opponent never has ace king in this spot. He's gone polar though, close to the pot. Yeah, yeah.
That's quite remarkable. Armando clearly put him on ace king. You called it, Henry. This is Youssef. Pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. I think the short stack, Danielle, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace jack, and he decides to put it in. Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace king suited? Youssef, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the tens once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Youssef. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6x really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed, but he's totally committed, I think. With the tens, does pull the trigger, puts the tens in, and we're going to see three-way action. 2 players short, but Youssef with the pair of tens. Well, this is good for tens. No diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Yousev. That's Yousev in your screen. All in with the tens.
A huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. Well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Danielle on the ropes. Jack and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Danielle eliminated. Now what a pot for Yousev. Dario with the kings. Chip leader in the small blind with ace jack. Action incoming. Armando Devanzo and Dario Quattrucci, both have clashed on numerous occasions. Free bet as expected from the chip leader, but the sizing, I mean, it's just so small, Henry. And the big blind player, Ladu, folding an ace, which, well, I guess he's going to find out where he's at. But Dario could be sneaky here.
No, not 18 away from the money. Don't want to be trapping in general, but I think in theory it just isn't the spot for it. You could maybe like induce, like click it to 120, kind of try and make it look like you have room to fold still. Wow. This is dicey. Like stacked pot ratio less than 2 going to the flop.
A lot of history between these two guys.
Easy when you flop top set.
Well, I mean, so all this is bonus money, really. 50,000. Dario.
No.
Oh, sass. Goodbye. I'm gone.
What?
I am gone, and I'm not coming back, Henry.
This is what I was talking about.
Well, Henry, you actually predicted the future. It's just not right.
He's trapping, you know. Trapping 18 away from the money.
I mean, there's always the possibility of housing up on the river.
Yep. 10 ounce once. I can see a couple of them dead.
He goes vomit, no?
Yeah.
And puts the money in.
I mean, this is
here we go. Boom.
Wow.
Oh, he just snapped it. King ball for quads. Queen, 10, 5. Can he do it? It doesn't happen for him. Elimination.
Well, get some GGs in the chat for Dario.
Hold it right around to A-all in the cutoff who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
but I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
Right, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean,
perfect.
can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river.
Well, hello, King Kong.
Someone say pocket kings.
14k. Radislav.
Wow, what?
Whoa.
This is
What is going on? Oh, man. This is unbelievable stuff.
what?
I mean, Radislav, I'm not understanding this flat call. I mean, okay, free bet. Perhaps I might get with it, but what a situation for Youssef, who now looks down at aces. I mean, Eyal is screaming for action, but little does he know that this is a serious situation. In fact, both stacks look very similar. There's no escape.
Yeah, a really sick spot, obviously. As cold as it comes pre-flop. Guess Radislav just frustrated, hasn't really managed to get involved at all since he joined, but I mean, he's only played like an orbit. Interesting to note that 9-5 suited flat from early position. AO in trouble. It's an interesting one as well because Youssef has been pretty snug pre.
Well, I mean, Eyal never getting away from this snap call from Youssef. Eyal in desperate shape here.
A couple of clubs.
Clubs helps for sure. So running clubs, or that king of spades that's still in the deck. 8% Eyal.
I love that shot from the camera team,
Class.
by the way.
Absolutely class graphics from our production team, showing the two players that are all in. Deuce, end, well, I was going to say end of story. It's a one-outer. King of spades and king of spades only needed for Eyal to survive. Doesn't happen. Well, it's brutal, isn't it, Henry? I mean, what can you do with kings? You just get your money in.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Hope you enjoyed your break. Let's get back to the action. Naum with pocket eights is going to raise to a mil here on the button. Quite a large opening size. Blinds are still 150, 300, 315 players remaining now. We have Yuri with 58 bigs, Mohammed with 54, Grinder with 45, Natsk with 42, Tiago with 36, Thomas with 35, Naum with 29, and Alfonso is still lurking around. He is the shortest stack at this feature with 11 big blinds. With the Czech Republic, Germany, Italy, Portugal, France, and the Ukraine all being represented at this feature table. Hell of a lot to play for. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the €175 buy in the Balkan Poker Circuit main event from the live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It seems like a good opportunity to mention the Poker Face collection is back in stock in all sizes. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com and go to the merchandise store. Dan Fox says, also, was that a new camera angle or just don't pay attention enough? Ads. Well, if you want to get rid of those pesky ads, Dan, and whoever else, you could do worse things than subscribing for just €5 a month. €5 might get you half a pint in Ireland these days. So if you are new to the channel on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. It would be greatly appreciated. The Kings production team would appreciate it also. Grind with King, Queen of Diamonds, going to min raise. Yuri in the hijack here with ace queen offsuit. Raise the 825, ace queen offsuit. Do Myro says sup Myro. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but pronunciation was never my strong point on this channel. Rocolia says, is that legal, showing hole cards on a fold with the players still left to act? I think I kind of missed that. And that is not a good thing to do. Perhaps it was a mistake by an accident. Grinder is going to defend. 9, ace, 7 is the flop. Yuri likes this. Top pair, queen kicker. Open ender for Grinder. Either player with a club. Four clubs on board now. Grinder can't win. It is a paired board. But perhaps he just has to bet here. And if he's going to bet, he's going to make a blockerish type sizing. He does go for 1.2 mil. And this isn't an easy call for Yuri. He loses to so many hands. 4.35 million in the pot, 1.2 million to call. Perhaps the way he's played this hand, though, just has to call on the river for this price. Let me know what you think about this one in the chat. Does make the call. I think when he plays his hand, just kind of have to pay the man on the river. Grinder will muck his hand and Yuri wins a nice pot, and he's now playing 67 big blinds, just over 20 million. Yuri has total live earnings of $25,000, so this would be a massive win for him. Be a massive win for anyone remaining in the field with 15 players left. €175 buy-in, over €70,000 for the winner. The pressure is on. Only 9 will make it to the final table. And from there, the top 6 finishers all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place later on this year. It's all happening under one roof, folks. It's the King's Resort in Rozvadov. That's what you're watching if you're just tuning in on this Monday evening. What an opportunity it is as well to win that kind of money, and it's only Monday. Where would you go in Europe first, or would you just get a flight somewhere outside of Europe? I think I'd go straight to Prague. And from Prague, I'd go straight to Berlin. And from Berlin, I'd go straight to Amsterdam and reevaluate from there. That sounds like a solid plan to start off with 70k. Sure, you'd have it all figured out by the fourth city. Maybe 3 is the magic number. Prague, Berlin, Amsterdam. In that order. Naum raises to 925 from under the gun. Blinds have just gone up to 200, 400, 400. Alfonso. Oh, wow, we've got action. Alfonso all in for 6 bigs in the hijack, and Grinder waking up behind with ace king. Has an open and an all in behind him. We do see an all in behind from Grinder OG. Here we go, folks. We've got a 3-way all in, and Alfonso is looking pretty hot here for a triple up. He's got the boys right where he wants them. They both block each other. Big call off from Naum. Let's see what happens here. Look at the size of this pot, 22.25 million. Alfonso looking hot now. 6-3 deuce 4 is the board. The river is a 6. So Grinder and Naum will just chop it up. But Alfonso is the hero here, coming out strong for a triple up, now playing 21 bigs. Alfonso even taking off his glasses momentarily. Laders says good evening. What's up, Laders? Nice to have you with us. Yuri with 51 bigs is your chip leader, and Mohammed with 40 is in second place. Then Natsk with 29, Tiago with 27, Thomas with 25, Alfonso with 22. Grinder now playing 22 bigs, and Naum is your shortest stack at this feature table, playing 17 big blinds. I say short, we're playing hour-long blinds. They have plenty of play left in them. I'm okay, laters. If you can say you're doing okay on a Monday, then that's half the battle. It looks like the jackpot is being won in the background. Another special Monday for the lucky punter. Usually in or around €18,000 for the winner. Later's asking, are there any duchies in the tournament left? I actually couldn't tell you, Laters, but we'll know soon enough because all players remaining will be at the same table. Alfonso here with ace jack, raising to A50 from under the gun after getting a triple up. Naum. Gonna call with pocket sevens here on the button. I think this is okay from the sevens. Perhaps you want to rejam against Alfonso. And Thomas has a really good hand here to just 4-bet rip. 15 remaining, so there is no pay jump to worry about. This is a very big decision here for Thomas because it is an under the gun open and a flat on the button. When you break down the ranges, though, I feel like Jack's just become a clear jam. Get the Jabbercadas in there. Does give it a moment or two to consider what he wants to do, but just jamming has to be the play. You've got to believe it's dead money on the button with the sevens for the most part, unless it's a trapping hand. And if that is a trapping hand from Naum, then c'est la vie. Alfonso has shown a propensity to be able to raise big-ish hands and just get away from it when he's 3-bet. We've seen him posture with some middling sort of hands. He's made a liar out of me once or twice because we seen how long he took earlier with the King 5 on the 4-5-7. And then he's made one or two tight folds also. Then he made a huge raise with Kings. So he's playing. I wouldn't say sporadic, but random enough. You don't know what he's going to do next. And that's what I said earlier. I love the older contingent. They've got loads of ways of playing hands that the new guys in town wouldn't be doing. AKA GTO, solvers, all that kind of crack. And later says good fold. Yeah. Can't be stacking off there with the ace jack. And a really nice pick up there for Thomas with the Jabbercadas. And here we've got action. Grinder raising to 800k. And the Jabbercadas out in force are going to jam from the cutoff. And now Thomas is in a bind, this time with pocket nines. It's a bit different with the nines. I think this just becomes a clear fold. Well, I wouldn't say a clear fold, but it is a large portion of our stack. We're playing 30 bigs. There's an open and a jam. Definitely folding sevens and eights, tens plus. I'm ready to gamble. Nines. Some of the time we can stack off against a loosey-goosey rejam. The grinder has opened off 21 bigs from early position. Now I say early position, we are playing shorter handed now. Because he got that one through with the jacks, I think nines just has to go into the muck. And he has got away from the nines. Nice fold. So the Jack's picking up that one. Thomas raising in the cutoff here with ace-4 of hearts, and Grinder is going to see a flop with queen-10 off suit. King 9-4, piece of it for both players. At a 650 here from Thomas. He's got backdoor heart draw to go with his pair and his ace high. Grinder is going to call 650 with a good shot straight draw. This pot getting bloated as we see the turn. 3.5 million in there now. Turn is trumps for Grinder. The Queen of Diamonds. Grinder has the backup. It's just such a nice turn card for a Grinder. He's got the pair, backup diamond, and a straight draw. 6 of spades rolls off after the turn goes check, check. Now Grinder probably wants to try get thin value or can go for the check call. Tin value or the check call. See, if he goes for tin value and gets raised, he's going to be in a bind. And you might induce a bluff from your opponent with a check. So I'm going for a check over a donk. We've got a really nice hand to check call with. We blocked a straight, we blocked some flushes. We've got a pair. If our opponent has a king, then so be it. Thomas is thinking about it. I think we just waved the white flag on this one, check back, and we're going to lose a lot. You get your opponent to fold a hand that contains a 9. He's not really going to be folding any King X. There's a lot of 2 pairs out there. Thomas does think there is some value to be had here. Or sorry, not value to be had to get his opponent to fold a 9. Value in bluffing to get his opponent to fold a better hand than a 4, of course. Does get picked off. That's what I was saying. We've got a really great hand to just check call with here on the river. And I like how the Queen 10 played that hand. It's a really nice pot for him. I think the overall range there, we just don't really want to be betting the river with the ace-4, as I aforementioned. Can't blame a guy for trying, though. Goes for a bluff candidate. It didn't work. That's the way it goes sometimes. 14 players remaining now. And there is a pay jump coming from 14th to 13th, from €3,450 to €3,875. Three-way action here, grinder with top pair. Next with the pocket fours. Can rep this board. Especially against the small blind, the big blind range. That king is going to hit us more than it is our opponents. So he's going to bet 650. Now, the small blind will have a strong enough range. I still think we want to bet on the king 8-3 rainbow dry board. We're off to see a turn. We're off to see the wizard. The turn going check, check. And now the river giving two pair to grinder. It's time to go for some value. And want to make it look like a blockerish type sizing for / value bet. Does go for 1.35 million. I like this sizing from grinder. Can get called by a one pair hand. Takes down another pot. Gaining motion, this man is. OG grinder. Or grinder OG even. Thomas raising the min from early position. I'm not the biggest fan of this raise with this combo when it's unsuited. Grinder's going to 3-bet to 2.3 mil. ECW King asks, is Antonio still in the older gent? I actually don't know. I just know there's 2-7. We're 5 eliminations away from the final table, and there is a page on Blooming. Naum picking the wrong time to rejam, and we've got action. Mohammed with ace king of diamonds. Naum with king queen off suit. Standard stuff, but running into it, nothing he can do, of course. Here we go. 10, jack, 3, 2 clubs. Open ender for Naum. Pretty good flop, all things considered. Turn is the 6 of spades, and he's down to his last card. Just 6 outs in the deck can save him. River is another Jabracada, and Naum has been eliminated. We lose another player, and 13 players remaining now, and what a pot that is for Mohammed. Now playing close to 22 million. €3,875 is now the current payout, 4 eliminations away from the FT. And Mohammed should just put the foot on the gas now. He's got all the chips to do it. Really nice stack. Yuri going for a raise to just over a million with a little bit of cheese on top with the King 9 offsuit. And Thomas in the small has a very nice suited, rejammable Queen Jack of clubs, but perhaps he just wants to see a flop. I would tend to just rejam these combos. They just play so well. They play better as a rejam, but it is a really nice hand to see a flop with from the small blind. So we can go either way with this one. And look at this, Alfonso was shove over the top, and it's a good thing Thomas didn't rejam now. Although, had he rejammed, might have got Alfonso out of there. Really nice pickup for Alfonso nonetheless, and now he's playing 22 bigs. Oh, you were on about Alfonso, ECW. I thought you were on about a different guy altogether. Yeah, Alfonso's still in the mix. He got a triple up. Hey, it's Alfonso. This guy, huh? Minder with the aces. Forget about it. Grinder with the aces is going to min raise, and Thiago in the big with King 7 of spades. Defense. Queen 5 deuce, one spade hits the flop. ECW King says 80k on top for a 175. Oh, Kings, you. Yeah, it's just such an amazing place to play poker. Such a small buy-in generating such a massive, massive prize pool. Mohammed keeping the foot on the gas as suggested. And raising to 50 under the gun. Thomas in the cutoff. €13 players remaining now, and €3,875 is the current payout. ECW says, are you going to watch the $1 Million Week this week at the Hustler Casino? I think it starts tomorrow. I have been watching loads and loads of poker, ECW King. And I'm going out of office. I'm a bit distracted today, I'm not going to lie. I have a summer college project that I have to get finished in the next 72 hours. And once I get that finished, I'm out of office for a week. So I will watch it, and you can fill me in and remind me to watch it, but it's not on my top priorities of things to do this week. Plus, I'm more into tournaments than cash games, but that is a lineup I want to watch for sure. Back to the action here. King of Hearts arriving on the river. 7 deuce 9 6. King is the board. Grinder gets there with top pair on the riv. Mohammed is going to bet 2.45 million as a bluff. And I like this sizing from Mohammed. I like this choice from Mohammed. The thing is, Grinder's just got there, and Grinder can't seem to put a foot wrong. Granted, he had pretty much max outs here. Flush draw, open-ended straight draw. And he's got another hand where he just needs to call. He can beat Miss Diamonds, he can beat Miss Spades, he can beat Miss Straight Draws. Granted, he has some of those combos you would want your opponent to have, but hitting the king on the river, Mohammed can't believe his luck there, but he has had things go his way so far. Grinder will take that one down. These two battling hard. It's all kicking off the Balkan poker circuit. Final day. Getting close to the FT. Can cut the tension with a knife. 12 remaining. 6 will get that 10k ticket. The winner will take home over 70 grand. 54 bigs for Grinder. Mohammed with 46, Yuri with 46, Alfonso 22, Tiago 21, and Thomas 19. Seen a lot of even Stevens going on, tit for tat. What's going to happen next? This day has had it all so far. ECW King says, aye, good luck with the studies. Yeah, I'm 46 days into a diet as well, ECW King, so I'm going to do 4 more days, and I'm breaking out on Friday, that's for sure. So I reckon you'll have a giveaway go Alan Finn in the boot next Monday. Nice to have him back. Tell everyone I was asking for them. Thomas with the win race to the hijack with Ace King off suit. Muhammad is going to defend with King Three of Hearts and flops a flush draw. On the ace 10 6 8 board, Muhammad checking. And Thomas wants to be sizing up here or checking back, and I would prefer to size up. 6 million in his stack, 3.5 million in the pot. I'm betting about 2 million here. 1.8, something around that area, around half pot, even a little bit chunkier. Decides to check back. So Muhammad is not going to do anything on this river, and Thomas is just trying to figure out how much to bet. And I'd be going for large sizing now, especially when the board pairs on the river. Wants to bet about 2.5 million. Yeah, goes for 1.8. And Muhammad is going to call? Wow. Muhammad is all fired up in all the wrong ways here. He needs to remain composed. Letting his emotions get in the way. It's just going to call in that river with just king high. We've got action. Multi-way action here on the ace, queen, 8, 4. Grinder betting 1.925 million. Thiago with the king 10 of diamonds. Yuri with the best hand, ace deuce. But it's not looking too hot here from the big blind. Checking a bet. What does he want to do? Here he is going to call, especially with the backdoor hearts. Thiago can make it straight with a jack, but doesn't have any spades. I think he just wants to be letting his hand go. So we will see a turn, nearly 8 million in this pot. Turn is another spade, and that's going to slow down the action for Yuri. Great card for the grinder, of course. Grinder OG taking down another pot. Look at him stacking all those pink chips. Grinder raising from the cutoff, ace king off suit. Bird says lots of good hands for the grinder. He is getting after it. Thomas defending with the jack 3 of hearts. Queen 999 is the board. Thomas checks now. We can go two ways here. We could just check, get the showdown with ace high, or we could get these lower pairs to fold by the river. So I think betting actually becomes the better option. Grinder getting after it again. Expect to see him be very active, by the way, as we get closer and closer to the final table. It's going to trick that this time from the button with ace queen. Ventura wants to know, is Braz still in? I actually can't remember off the top of my head, but I think Braz might have got moved to an outer table. I don't remember saying that Braz had been eliminated. We'll find out soon enough, Ventura, because the final 9 will all be sitting at this feature. You're going to raise to 1.125 million. Thiago going to call for 625. Nice pick up there from the ace queen uncontested the previous hand, and Yuri against Thiago. 7-6 deuce 2 diamonds is the flop. Bet of 895 there on the turn from Thiago, and he's got the best hand now on the river. River is going to go check, check. Any 9 made it straight, and that diamond came in on the river also. Walt sucks with some really funny comments today. He says, woo woo, get to watch the action while on break instead of just listening to Dan. If you'd be just listening to me the whole time, it's pretty funny. Action man Dan will not let you down. You get to put the... you must really love the channel, All Sucks, because if you're just listening to me and you can't see the card, I was told that I had a face for the radio when I was younger, all right, but I guess someone has to paint the picture. Definitely easier to watch this channel to be able to see what's happening instead of just listening to my voice trying to explain every hand. But That genuinely means a lot to me to hear that you're still concentrating on the action at work, even though you can't see the screen. What a hero. I guess not all heroes wear capes. Thomas is going to raise. Blinds have just gone up 250, 500, 500. Thomas with the min in the cutoff, ace-9 offsuit. Thiago is going to call from the small. I actually prefer to rejam these kind of holdings, these ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 suited, unsuited varieties. They're just going to play better. It's hard to realize our equity out of position. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. The flop comes king 6-5, 2 clubs. Thiago does have the best of it, but Thomas can just bet this board all day. Okay, he decides to just check back. Baltzuk says, I see it when I heard some good hands. Well, plenty of fun hands today so far. Thiago going to bet 1.375 mil with the ace-6 on the turn. Ace-5 for Thomas. He is going to min raise. He has been raising off 18 bigs in the hijack, and Mohammed is going to complete in the big blind with Queen 8 off suit. Ten nine eight is the flop. Goes check quickly, and the turn is the 6 of spades. It's a very straighty, flushy board now. Queens for Thomas here on Jack 10-5, 2 diamond board. Takes that one down. All the time says, "Hey Dan, I know with school and this you don't have a lot of time free, but have I ever seen Ali Sherlock? Is that like a comedian or a show? Should I check this out? Should I write this down?" Lol Suck says, "Any death by quads lately? Last Thursday I was the victim." Oh, she's a singer. Yeah, she sings in Dublin on yeah, I do know exactly who you're on about. She's very good. She got famous from busking. Alfonso raising to 1.2 million under the gun. Ace King of Spades, 12 bigs behind. On the turn here, it's a great turn for Alfonso. I don't really feel like Mohammed can continue. Lol Sucks took the words right out of my mouth there, saying Ace King suited, so powerful it is. It's just such a great hand. Alfonso with the option here on the Three of Clubs River with 6.6 million in the pot. And Mohammed wants a count here, and we've seen him make some loosey-goosey calls already. And if he believes his opponent has a busted draw, a busted straight draw, a busted flush draw, we could very well see a call here. Mohammed wants a count. There's nearly 12 million in the pot. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be shocked to see a call here, guys. What do you think in the chat? All vote now. Alcolios says no. When he thinks about it for this long, he is now 2 minutes 42 seconds in the tank. He can beat a lot of combos. Alfonso looks so comfortable. He's got his head back on the chair, spinning from side to side. Happy feet down below. And Mohammed eventually will fold. We've got a lot of characters developing here with 13 players remaining, and I'm liking this dynamic and can't wait to see where it goes. Grinder with 51 bigs, Yuri with 26, Mohammed with 25, Tiago 23, Alfonso 23, and Thomas is the shortest stack, but still a very comfortable stack with 17 big blinds. All the time says Grinder away with it. You think he continues. He is playing 25.6 million. We've had one more elimination on an outer table, so that means 12 players remaining now, 2 tables of 6. Ivan said, yeah, I think he was calling also. He really did want to call. He can beat busted diamonds, busted straight draw, maybe some random bluff. Alfonso, not really messing around with cards, though. He usually has the goods from what we've seen. Granted, it's a short or a small sample size. €3,875 is the current payout, and next elimination, the payout will be €4,343. Mohammed in the hijack is going to min raise with 10-9 of clubs, staying active. Top pair for Mohammed. $750 is the bet. Iago missing this flop with his queen 7 of clubs on the 10-8 deuce. Thiago going to min raise with a little bit of cheese on top with the pocket nines. 1.1 million to go, and Mohammed wants to see another flop. This guy likes to play poker, voluntarily putting money into the pot a lot. Don't think there's anything wrong with his defend, although we would prefer if we were suited. 5-4 deuce is the flop rainbow. He's got a good shot, straight shot. Thiago with the overpair. Just needs to bet small. Bet like 800k, goes for 900k, and Mohammed wants to see a turn. We're off to a tournament, nearly 5 million in the pot. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Now Mohammed has more equity. Turn go to quickly go check, check, and the river is a 6. And for me, Mohammed could go for a bet of like 750 or 1 million there as a blocker-ish type sizing. Thiago raising the 1.1 with the ace king in the cutoff. King queen deuce is the flop. Humble with the jack nine of diamonds. Yuri betting 1.1 from the big blind here, and Thiago's going to see a turn. Not sure what this lead is about from Yuri. Turn is the four of clubs. Thiago betting 2.2. 2.5 here on the turn. I thought he would just check back. This is a bit of a topsy-turvy hand for me on the queen, queen, four deuce. Yuri with ace 10 of hearts and Thiago with ace king. Yuri leading on the flop and now checking, and Thiago, what I thought he would do would just be check back, get the showdown with ace king, but he's decided to just bet. I guess this will accomplish folding a hand like a deuce or pocket threes, although that's very unlikely that we would leave with those hands. Perhaps he could be going for value from a hand like ace 10, ace jack. The thing is, we basically never have a queen when we lead there, and then check, our range collapses on the turn. So I guess Thiago just wanted to take it down uncontested on the turn, and he does do just that. Alfonso eating some protein, some nuts, or not protein, some carbohydrates. God damn, I'm an idiot. Some nutrition nonetheless. Jack A3 here is the flop, two spades, and Yuri from the small with the Jack 10 of clubs. Grinder is going to bet with his king queen. Let's say 100k. All standard stuff so far. Until Yuri decides to raise, and raise very large. Here we go. This happened very quickly here. Thomas shoving 14 bigs with ace-4 off suit, and Alfonso snapping him off with the ace-king. This is a big pot and a big moment for both players involved, and it is Alfonso with 78% equity to eliminate Thomas in 12th place. $14.7 million in this pot. King Queen 6 is the flop. Turn is a queen. Lots of ladies out there as we hit the river. River is the 3 of clubs. We will lose Thomas and get one step closer to the FT. Alfonso gaining traction. Going to be hard to get those chips off Alfonso. So 11 players remaining now, all guaranteed €4,343. Alfonso raised to 1.1 million with the King Queen offsuit. Alfonso going to check behind where I feel like he should just attack that board on the a6 tree, 2-spade flop. He's going to quickly check behind. Grinder has to know he can't win by jack high, but it's going to be very hard to get a hand like king high to fold when the flop and turn goes check check. Perhaps Alfonso playing it that way to call on the river. So Grinder doesn't go for it. Yuri with top pair here. Ace 7-6 is the flop. Raising the 1.6 million over the C bet from the Jack 10 of diamonds. In general, just want to be calling there. Keep the bluffs in. He will just take that one down. Bird says what with a question mark. What up, Bird? Mohammed flopping the full house here. Alfonso. Mohammed betting 750. Alfonso likes to take his time. I don't think he can do much here with just 5 high. Alfonso will eventually let it go. Posturing. Mohammed min raising with the king 6 of hearts. Open ender here for Mohammed. 7-5-4 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of spades. Both players with the same hand. By the way, Bird, doesn't that look an awful lot like KM at the table here? One of our moderators with the poker face hat. Looks like he's in disguise. Or is it just me? Have we got a doppelganger? Grinder OG, 46 bigs, Alfonso 34, Yuri with 34, Tiago with 27, and Mohammed with 22 is your shortest stack. AM says, was watching on YouTube, had to come over to confirm he indeed does look like me. Are you modding over there, KM? Send them all over. Actually, don't. It'll cause chaos. We've enough havoc going on in their lives. Hope you're very well. So you can confirm that it is your long-lost cousin. Is that what you're telling me? Maybe I just missed you. Leaving for Vegas on Thursday. Wow, nice one. Queen 8 deuce. Ace is the board, and Grinder, blind battle, has the best hand with the King 4, is going to bet 600k and will take it down. Alfonso raising to 1.2 with Ace King. Graham says people at Kings confuse Thiago and him all the time. People I know will talk to him and vice versa. Brilliant. It's actually so funny. Find a raising in the cutoff with Queen 10 of Hearts. Mohammed Min raising in the cutoff. Alfonso just chilling here with 33 bigs. Thiago, the KM lookalike in the big blind. Repping the poker face collection that I aforementioned earlier, and I'll mention it again. We have the poker face hoodie back in stock in all sizes. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com if you want to find out additional information about that. We have a full range of clothing and apparel in the merchandise store. Yuri in the cutoff, ace jack off suit raises to 1.35 mil. And lucky, in the top right hand corner of your screen, 10 players remaining now. We've had an elimination on the outer table, and that means we are on the final table bubble. Current payout is €4,343, and a pay jump is looming to 5,175. Mohammed going for a 3-bet with the blockers, or the blocker from the big blind, ace-6 off suit. Facing the open from Tiago, and Tiago going to be forced to let a hand as strong as King Jack offsuit go. Mohammed's 3-bet looking very strong. Alan F. Poker in the house says the block jure. Nice to have you with us, Alan. If you fancy taking over for the final table, if you're enjoying what you see and you want to get involved, just that's no problem at all. Just let me know. Get you in there on a moment's notice. Just one elimination away from the final table. I'll just leave that one with you. So you're saying there's a chance. Grinder with the 6-5 of hearts is going to min raise on the bouton. Remember, we are playing 5-handed now. Mohammed can't resist 3-betting again, this time from the small blind with the 9-6 suited. Don't try this at home. Mohammed is a bold boy. He will take down another one. Don't let that banana colored jumper fool you. This man came to get down. And he ain't shy about putting chips across the line. As Alan F. Poker says, Han Solo. I did mention that I'm going to be out of office and that you'll be in the boot next Monday, Alan. Fans are excited to have the giveaway goat back. Back in action. And we are going on a break, folks, for the good of 15 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the show. Stay tuned for lots more action for the Balkan poker circuit. We're about to hit the final table. And I predict this FT is going to be a hoot. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
That means you are dangerous.
To make it even worse, tournament.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, eh? Could be better.
I'm actually might have a problem tomorrow. You take two or
Yeah. Oh,
I might have to
you
move
are,
the
you are
table.
too good. You're too good. You have
So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fucked. I have to run all the way down there. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Back here.
good luck. Straight flush? Straight first draw.
Crazy.
Straight first draw.
Full house.
Eight of spades. What?
Seven of queens.
Straight flush. Huh?
Seven of spades.
Space.
Seven of spades, I see seven. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You have a straight?
Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Oh oui, oh. Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la 4 flèches?
Non.
Fait mal la 4 flèches.
Never easy.
Et je te
Never
jure, je me
easy.
dis, ouais, il joue pas le set de pique.
Il joue tout lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Attendez. Waouh.
See, I don't want to fly. I stay to see that it's coming straight, I hope.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60.
By Volkov. Up to 165. Now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't. Considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najat?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Still 10 players remaining. I see DJ Triple is in the house. Says greetings and shout out to Action Man Dan. What's up, pal? Nice to have you with us, DJ Triple. Always right on time. The wizard arrives precisely when he means to. Still 10 players remaining. Current payout €4,343. Payout of nearly a grand in the difference between 10th and 9th place. And let's not forget there's 6 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. This is the FP bubble. If you're just tuning in, it's the Balkan Poker Circuit final day. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Yeah, I'll go straight up ripping. Blinds have gone up, so it's 300, 600, 600. 300 small blind, 600 big blind with a 600k running big blind ante. Just going to shove 15, 6, 17 blinds almost. DJ Triple says, meanwhile, I can tell that watching these recreationals in stream helped me develop my cash game. I run much less into bad beats. That's a powerful skill. Mohammed with the rejam here. Standard enough stuff here from Mohammed facing the open from an aggressive player like Grinder OG. Grinder OG, the King Deuce. Grinder will eventually muck. Mohammed flopping well here. They're both flopping well. Yuri with 2 pair. Could see some fireworks here. Mohammed with an open ender on top pair, and Yuri with 2 pair. He's going to raise. He's wasting no time in raising. Raising to 2.1 million. What an action killer. Mohammed with the best hand now. And the river is the 5 of diamonds. Yuri paying him off for 2.3 mil. That's a big pot. Look at that. Over 10 million. Mohammed, very fast acting player, takes down another one. Now playing 22 mil. Ivan says, I'm also like that. Never understand why people take so long to think what they need to do. Maybe it's bad. I mean, there's merits to both, but you should be taking your time, especially with 10 remaining in such a massive tournament. Granted, it's a €175 buy-in, but there's over €70,000 cash monies for the winner. Grinder minning from the cutoff with the Jack 8. You're going to see a lot of raise and takes, especially when we're 1 elimination away from the FT. Plus the tickets, of course, all the time. Thank you. I mentioned them so many times in a day. There's only so many times I can say WSOP World Series of Poker Europe in a day. DJ Triples says at least even a recreational should think about it for some seconds. If calling with 2 pair on a 4-card straight board is a good idea. Well, you are late to the party now. That man there ain't shy about bluffing. He wants to get this over with, it seems. He has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar a few times. He's also got some bluffs through. He's been highly entertaining. Mohammed, he lost a chunk of change, but he's rebounded nicely. Grinder betting 800k. Ace-7 on the King Jack 4, and Tiago in the big. Here he's got backdoor hearts working for him. He also has a straight draw. He is going to call, and we'll see a turn. Turn is a juicy one. It's the Jack of Hearts. Those pair board. Tiago quickly checking. He's another fast acting player. Double pair board here as well. Yuri all in from the cutoff here for 10 million. We'll take down the blinds and antes. Probably best to just jam off that stack depth with the eights. Sometimes you just gotta stick it in and think of Ireland. Thiago shoves at the ace-5 suited and takes it down. Thiago in the cutoff with Queen 8 off the suit. Let's go. Sure, he wants to see a flop here with Jack 9 off suit. Ace King 5 is the flop. Yuri checks, and Grinder could just take this one down with a very small bet, but decides to check back with backdoor spades. A go with his pair. Instead, he turns trips. Yuri checks. Does Grinder want to check again? Try and juice a bluff from Yuri. Maybe it's just a bit too fancy. Just try to get paid by a king, or likes unlikely that the big blind has an ace. He's going to bet 700k and Yuri will release. trips here for Mohammed. Thiago going to bet 2.4 million. We could see some serious fireworks here. DJ Triple says, did Dan mute his mic? No, you should be able to hear me loud and clear. I haven't heard a single report about the mic at all today. This is a huge hand here. Thiago betting 2.4 million and Mohammed calling the 2.4. His image is going to play a big factor in this pot. Mohammed showing a propensity to be a scallywag from time to time. And the turn is the 9 of spades. And Thiago moving all in and Mohammed snapping him off. What a moment this is for Mohammed. Don't blame Thiago there whatsoever, but it is a 20 million chip pot and he's facing his exit. Unless he hits one of the 2 remaining 8s in the deck, we will have our final 9. River is the deuce of hearts and Mohammed will be going to the FT with a massive stack of 32 million, which is good for 55 bigs. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to Thiago in 10th place. The KM lookalike coming up short. Right, folks, we are going on a break for guts of 25 minutes. We're going to get this FT up and running for your viewing pleasure. Don't go anywhere. This one's going to be a cracker. There's some really interesting characters coming to this FT. And it's all going to unfold and we will crown yet another champion. This time it's the Balkan Poker Circuit main event. I'll see you all in a few moments.
No.
8, 4, 4. And now Babo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
Way. Too passive.
Check back all the way.
Yeah, definitely a bet in the river, man. I think, like, I understand the flop check back and the turn check back on the queen. especially from a small blind cold caller. I understand I understand like the fact that he might not have went for more than 2 streets, but man, once that checks back down to the river there when you're in position, you have to go for a bet with ace-2 there. I get the kicker issue, but like man, you have to bet just for 1 street there. You'd be surprised what might call. And if you get folds, then so what? It's just like you still have to bet that hand there. It's like not even up for debate in my opinion.
Check flop, bet turn, and then check river, I think is the best, because we get that value from our opponent having a hand that contains a queen after the flop goes check check. And I think that if you break down what their calling range there is from the small, it's going to contain those hands like king queen, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, maybe queen 9 is a little bit of a stretch, but all those combos.
I think even like double checking back flop and turn, man, to you know, even get called by sometimes something worse. I'm not saying that might happen, but I think it's way more likely that you'll get called by any pair if you check it down to the river with the ace-2 as an example. I definitely agree. Bet and turn to check back river, or if you check back flop, check back turn, you have to go for value on the river. You just have to.
Yeah. We've got action. Gianfranco finds himself with 10 big blinds, forced to shove the king queen of diamonds from the hijack, standard stuff. And this is going to be a super standard rejam here from Dennis on the button. Gianfranco very unlucky to run into the top of Dennis's range here. Bing bang boom, he is all in. The fella all in the other fella. And we could be losing Gianfranco. He's not going to have too much equity to survive here. Ross saying GTO, 3TO as the commentator.
Yeah, I think I might kind of bugged out for a little bit, man.
Oh.
For a little bit.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
Oh, dear. Now, right, here's my thoughts on this. With 2 all-ins in front of us, you make an argument for folding. Because the club was for 10 big, lead jam for about 15. We're about half a stack here, but Jack's going to play very well against these all in and the rejam range. The only thing is, if you like in considerations, it could be what would appear to be a very tight fold. Because we have over 5 million here, it might be better to just let this one go. I would definitely be folding 8s, 9s, and 10s. But again, the Jacks plus thing, Alan, do we just want to go for it here?
I mean, I don't know how many times this spot is ever going to come up, bro, where folding jacks is going to be a good play. I don't think I would get away from this, man. I think if you do have the 8s, 9s, and 10s, it's kind of the cusp of like one or the other. But I don't think we can fold jacks. No, I don't think so.
Neutral says you call with Jack. I think Jack's plus here. Now, if it was for any more, I think I'm just letting Jacks go. I would like that made.
Mate, this is a huge pot.
Made known. This is massive. 7 million and change in this pot. Vittorio. And the other thing is, this is so nice for Vittorio because he's getting a fake flip here in a way because they're blocking each other's hands. So he's still getting a fake flip, not the right terminology there, but you get me. There's extra outs gone. So it's 41% equity. Oh, what a spot this is for Vittorio and his Jeffries. Gianfranco with 15% equity to stay in the tournament. Dennis with 25% to stay in this tournament. This could be a double elimination, the first hand back or second hand back. Oh, it's a king of kings. Oh dear.
Nasty.
And now he needs a Jeffrey. And it doesn't arrive.
Negative.
That's very sad. It looked like Vittorio was going to get through. Oh, what a painful situation. We lose Gianfranco in 7th place, and it has to be said he's going to be very disappointed with that finish, considering how well he was playing yesterday. A bit reckless at times, but Some spicy, entertaining action from him nonetheless, and that's what we love on this channel. So kudos to him. Put his balls out on the table yesterday in a few spots, and I love it. Great to see him get such a nice result. And yes, he will be very disappointed, but maybe with a score of nearly 40k, including a 10k ticket, we'll be very happy.
I think it was like blind v blind. Vittorio limped the queen 9, and I forget who was in the big blind, but they had ace king suited either way, bro. On the isolate, Vittorio calls, flop came like jack 8, sorry, jack 9 4, something like that. Flop went check check, 8 of diamonds on the turn, which gave Christian obviously the 2 overs on the flush draw. But I really liked Vittorio's bet on the turn, man. He went for a block sizing on the turn with the queen 9. And obviously ace king has to call with the flush draw, the 2 overs, etc. But I think the river was a brick again, man. And I really liked Vittorio's bet size, and he bet like, I don't know, 500k into maybe 3 million or something like that. And we do have a call here. Other than that, yeah, Christian decided to fold the river, but I really like the 2 sizes by Vittorio, both turn and river in that hand exactly.
He's impressed us about 4 or 5 times now, Alan. And he's set to eliminate Babo here 62% of the time. 4 in the window, but an 8 also. Babo now 4-1 favourite to double up, back up to almost 10 big blinds. Until the turn.
No.
Well, it's good for you. He's your boy. Oh my God,
No.
he hits the river.
Brilliant hand.
Wow. Yeah, that seems like Vittorio is... Maybe someone's had a chat with him on one of the breaks or something. He's really upped his game. Goes back to what I was saying earlier about having a team behind you. Yeah, well, that was a bad run out for him. He would have eliminated a player, got the guts of a 20 grand pay jump. Well, from 60k all the way to 73 and a half, 13 and a half, 14,000. Keep saying a lot of your work is done here. Obviously, the biggest pay jumps are about to come, but I mean, in terms of your ICM, if you're one of the shortest stacks, you don't want to be busting before the other fella, but it might be a great opportunity to just raise call with a hand as strong as ace jack there.
Yeah, I can see the merit to it.
No skills says Dave's hot chicken totally wrecked once he was on a dinner break. being wrecked by more carby meals at these hotels and places, and buffets, whatever, takeaways, Domino's late at night. They all add up. Sitting at the table and you can't even think straight, let alone sit straight. Vittorio raising the minimum here with the kings, and Babo. Oh my God, he's picked ill timing.
Missed timing. Big time.
Missed
Big
timing
step.
here from Babo. Good timing here for your man, Vittorio. 7 million in this pot. This is a huge pot for this tournament. Vittorio looking cool as a cucumber. His work is done. There's nothing he can do. He is the one standing up and away when it's Babo, the one at risk.
No.
8, 4, 4. And now Babo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
He stands up and stretches. Brilliant.
There's nothing he can do. Can't get lucky on the river, and Babo fist bumping now. I really feel for Vittorio there.
Well, that puts a dent in my odds.
Draws that might decide to check raise us, stuff like that.
Yep.
We also have a heart in our hand, which is nice.
Defo.
Christian with ace king suited. What a hand to pick up here, four-handed. Vittorio in the big blind. Think he just wants to be rejamming this one. Standard stuff. Will rejam is of course going to get snap called, and your buddy's at risk for the third time here. Well, sorry, the first time he wasn't at risk.
At risk now, though. Definitely.
Flop is queen 7-7. Vittorio needing help and needing it quick. He is a 4-1 dog here as we hit the turn. Turn does give him a diamond. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Is there another twist in the tail to be had here as we hit the river? Almost 7 million in the pot. River is the 9 of spades. He cannot do it. Vittorio has been eliminated in 4th place. What a run for the youngster.
Oh.
I don't know. He's not that young, but young enough. He's ran out of the building, it looks like.
Bit strange.
Oh, yeah, he's not happy, and I don't blame him. That king's costing him serious amount of cheddar, Alan. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how much. We can work it out later. I don't want to disclose that kind of information. It could be it's 50 G's we're dealing with.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's worth a bit. That's enough in itself, just to say that. You smashed the glass on the way out, man.
Oh no. I think now, so we're going to go on a 5-minute break here. These guys are just going to take a tiny little breather before three-handed play will commence. Don't go anywhere. This has just been exhilarating. 11 million playing close to 9, playing close to 7.2, playing 8.6 with the chip leader out in front with 45 bigs with 11.2 million. I will see you all in a few moments.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really sorry for what I've done. Was very out of myself, and now it's the first time because it's quite the biggest final table of my life, so it's very bad. It's difficult to accept because I think I played good poker, and so when you go showdown, you're very favorite, and you lost in such a situation, it's difficult to control, but I apologize, and yeah, I have just a good end to reshove, and I just reshoved and it went wrong. For sure the end that I've lost with the kings versus queen 8 or queen 7 suited, I think. And that was very important because if I win that end, I'm chip leader, close to chip leader, and we are 3 left instead of 4. So it's a pay jump, chip leading, and very important end. So that's the most important, I think. Yeah, I play professionally, so I used to study in a group. And now I'm studying by myself, doing my thing, my stuff, and yeah, it's going good. I like my life. I like this game, but sometimes could be very very cruel, and we accept it.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front. I want to see that. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Well, he does have a hand.
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from Elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
I bust in a pretty standard way. I guess I was fairly short, and the guy on my right limped, and I just checked behind him. He was in the small, I was in the big, and I flopped a set, which is fantastic when you're, you know, and we got it in. He had a flush draw, and but he didn't make his flush, but he hit runner for a straight. But it was like, I was waiting to the last card, so I was in there with the chance.
Sweat, man. Always a sweat. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Kim going runner to eliminate Boatman in 5th place, and he looks disgusted.
It's been a pleasure.
But really, the pot that did for me, I nearly folded earlier when the guy had kings, and he'd re-raised me. There was a short stack at the table, and I nearly didn't. It was so short, I thought he could be doing it with a lot of hands, and it was a shot to knock him out. And so I just, on the chip stacks, I decided, although I was probably behind, as it happened, in that hand, I flopped a pair. I wasn't in bad shape. So it was those two hands really.
Alrighty, folks. Bird says, all fine. Just enjoy the stream, listen to Dan the Man, and have some fun. That's what we're here for. That's what we go to school for, in classes in session, and what a session it is, what it has been, and what it's going to be. We're at the FT, 9 remaining. €5,175 is the current payout. DJ Triple says, you're good. Everyone knowing me here should also know I'm super relaxed. Errors happen and that's fine. Yes, indeed, errors do happen. It's the old expression, people and cars make accidents, but accidents and cars make babies. There is the player that people were asking for, Antonio Fragale. Is your overwhelming chip leader at this final table. Jack 9 at diamond, 78 bigs in the hijack. Suppose it is a good time to mention that we do have the Poker Face collection. The hoodie is back in stock. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Head over to the merchandise store and it's there in all sizes. Antonio raising the 1.5 mil. Blinds are still 300, 600, 600. Grinder going to 3-bet to 4.6 million with the ace jack off suit. Get a feel for what way the stacks are at this FT. Antonio at 79 bigs. Mohammed, after winning pot after pot really with some gangster moves, has 54 bigs. Grinder OG with 47, and then Natsk with 28, Zappa with 23, Alfonso with 23, Yuri with 14, Mario with 13, and Domenico with 10 bigs is your shortest stack, but anything can happen. There is lots to play for. 1 hour blinds. This could go on for quite some time. Seatbelts and airbags for this one. Let's go. Antonio, expect to see him be very active with that kind of a chip lead. Remember, there are 6 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe. Antonio with them in. Round to Alfonso in the big blind. Antonio now with ace queen of diamonds. As all the time says, lots of action to come here. I love these finals, especially when tickets come in. Yeah, well, it does create a funky dynamic, doesn't it? Antonio can raise so wide with this dynamic. Yuri with ace king, and we've got action here. Yuri with a monster, and Antonio won't be folding this one. Antonio. $7.3 million more for him to call, and he's got so much chips against an aggressive rejammer here. He's going to be priced in. Standard enough stuff. As all the time says, good luck at all at this table, but there can only be one. Indeed. Flop is Jack 7-9, 2 clubs. Turn is a queen. Oh, wow. Antonio whacking the turn here, and now Yuri could be our first elimination at this final table, and he is. Very disappointing finish there for Yuri. Hodak, nothing he can do. He got it in good. Massive favorite. Gets a horrific beat. And leaves us in 9th place. Unlucky for a good game. Oh, wow, we've got more action here. Could be a quick double exit. Mohammed calling 12 mil. Zappa with the 9s, wasting no time, shoving 21 bigs in the small blind, and Mohammed going to call. He's got all the chips to do so. Big boy flip here, and it's 7-8-10. Zappa will be sitting back down. He's got an open ender. The 9 will give Mohammed a straight. Mohammed needing an ace. Turn is an 8. And now just an ace, and an ace only on the river, but it's a king. Zappa taking a huge pot off Mohammed, and now it's game on. Game on. DJ Triple says shoving 20 bigs with 9s and call Ace Jack. You gotta love these guys. Well, Ace Jack has to call there because we've got so much chips. We're going to be dominating too many hands. And to be honest with you, DJ Triple, that was pretty standard stuff. Unless you want to raise call with the 9s. 8 players remaining. And let's not forget, top 6 get a 10k ticket. So the ICM pressure is gigantic at the moment. Domenico is all in from early position. Ace 7 at diamonds. Club 10 bigs. And Antonio is going to call. It's Antonio. I've got the position slightly wrong here, folks. It's all in and calling. Queen 9-8. 5s against A7. Five still in the lead. We're going to have back-to-back eliminations. GG. 5s holding. So that means 8th place will take home €6,775. 7 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €9,550. I don't like the rejam from A7, and that's why I got the positions wrong. I didn't see there was an open from the 5s. Graphics were catching up or whatever. As Bird says, at least you're not expecting some bot players who cannot even pay the buy-in on their own. Oh. There seems to be some form of a dispute going on. I'm not sure exactly what's happening here. But that's how they sit. 7 remain. Antonio with 108 bigs, Grinder with 49, Zappa 43, Mohammed 34, Natsk with 25, Alfonso 20, and Mario is your shortest stack at this feature, playing only 10 big blinds. We have a gigantic bubble here. Top 6 all going to get a 10k ticket. Mario with the short stack. The massive chip leader here. Antonio should just be raising everything. That should be. He doesn't have to. But that should be his MO. Okay, DJ Triple is shedding some light on the situation. Antonio switched his seat from 9 to 8 after the seat opened. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Even though it doesn't change the action, the TDs will be all over that and will sort it out. Graphics, top right hand corner of the screen, 7 remaining. And speaking of shedding some light on the situation, 7th place getting nearly 5 figures, €9,550. But the difference between 7th and 6th is nearly €13,500 total. It's just incredible. That's what he was discussing with the flight attendant. Thanks for the updates, DJ Triple. We should make you a mod, I reckon. Well, we run a tight ship. I don't think we need too many more moderators causing more problems. Finding the solutions. I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. I'd be lost without you. Mario all in from under the gun. Mario is all in, and Grinder is going to call with the same hand. DJ Triple says, sorry, Dan, I couldn't catch your reply due to ads. Well, if you want to get rid of those pesky ads, you can subscribe for a $5. Get rid of those ads. Get them out of your psyche. Worst things you could do with 5 Eurons. 7 still remain. That last hand going to Splitsville. Mohammed raising to 1.2. Nat's going to min raise, and Alfonso in the big blind here with Jack 9 off suit. Nas will take down the blinds and antes. Not much to talk about there. Antonio with the Jabracadas. Min raising. Alfonso. What a man. Look at those shades. I might look into getting a pair of those. Might go to a festival over the summer with that sort of a get-up. Mohammed defending, ace deuce, clock coming 7-4-4. Wow, turn, go and check, check. And now the river. River giving Mohammed the straight. Bet the mill, Antonio calls, and Mohammed wins. A pot now playing 25 million with a grin that could be seen from space. What a delightful character to have at this FT. Few interesting fellas. Going runner. By the way, in case you were wondering, I don't know anybody asked, but those yellow chips in play are all a mill ball each. 1 million rupees. Mario finds ace queen. Essentially moves all in, leaving a bit of cheese behind. Antonio is going to complete his option with Queen 10 offsuit and a small blind. Grinder apply max pressure here with Ace 10 suited. Well, sorry, he can't. He wants to play a small pot. He's got Ace 10 suited. Antonio has him covered. If anything, Antonio should just be raising everything into Grinder. Thought the stacks were reversed there for a second. Grinder is going to bump it up. I would probably just check my option on the ticket bubble. Antonio can go ham here if he wants, but he probably just wants to see a flop. So he does call 4 million in the pot. Ace 10 of hearts for the Grinder. Antonio with ace or Queen 10 offsuit. I say that Antonio can go ham and apply max pressure, but he doesn't have to. He really doesn't have to. Do you imagine a scenario where he lost like 10 hands in a row and didn't get a ticket? It has happened. Wouldn't wish that upon anyone. Maybe my worst enemy. Ace King 9. Antonio is going to apply the pressure. This is what I'm talking about. This is an interesting turn with 11 million in the pot. Antonio with the decision. See what I'm talking about now? The pot's really bloated. Antonio with the decision. He does eventually check after check raising the flop. Got his answer from the Grinder. The Grinder's going to bet 3.6 million. Can you imagine a double check raise? Be pretty sick. Wow. Guys, he's got yellow chips in hand. If he goes for the double check raise here, it would be sublime. I don't see it working anyway, but it would be gangster nonetheless. Does let it go. And a nice pick up there for the OG. Blinds are now 400, 800, 800. 400 small blind, 800 big blind and an 800k running big blind ante. Zappa raising to 2 mil. Muhammad going to call in the hijack with ace-8 suited. Only on the button with pocket fives. Could have multi-way action here. Three-way action to the flop. 8 million in the pot already. And it is 9, 4, 8. Muhammad with the best of it. $3 million is the bet. 3 million is the call. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Zappa with the best hand now. Checks. Muhammad quickly checks back. 14 million in the pot. River is the 3 of diamonds. Now I'm going for a bet of about 6 million here if I'm Zappa. Muhammad wasting no time and calling. And now he's going to be sub 20 bigs after having 40 million. He's down to 15. Zappa playing almost 50 big blinds now, just under 40 million himself. So the old switcheroo. Here you're going to see Antonio keep applying the pressure as he should. This time with Queen Jack off suit. Round to Alfonso in the big blind. And against the chip leader, I'd probably just fold here. Yes, we have our big blind invested. Yes, we have our big blind anti-invested, but we're unsuited. Ticket bubble, and Antonio can just apply maximum amount of pressure to us on flop, turn, and river. Antonio going at it again, this time with Jack 7 of spades. He will just take it down. Another one bites the dust. Queen Deuce 5 is the top 2 diamonds. Grinder with the 4s. Mohammed with the Jack 10. As Bird says, nice thing is no one really on this table is considering ICM. Well, believe it or not, Chip leader wants this dynamic to go on for a while. He can just keep hoovering all these chips. Antonio keeps hoovering the blinds and antes like this. There's going to be more. There's going to be a lot of short stacks. Very interesting dynamic developing. I'm not sure what the strategy is. It is funny what you said there, Bird. It's very true. There's no one really considering the ICM or the ticket. Maybe the chip leader. Zappa will take that one down with the 9-6 of hearts. DJ Triple saying there, recreationals get at least 5 of those 7. Don't even know what ICT or ICM really is or how you make the numbers. Yeah, look, ICM is a very complicated thing. It's not my strong point in poker. I have studied it a bit, of course, but not as much as the cool kids out there. Mario with 6 bigs. His hand is going to be too strong here. Just essentially shove Nats with ace-8 offsuit and a small blind. And Antonio with ace-8 might call this one for that amount more, 4 million or so. Looks like he's interested. We could have a customer. He does have the best hand. But like I said, he might want to fold here. I don't know if he's thinking this way, but he might want to fold here to keep the dynamic going. So it is all in and call. Big moment here. 11 million in the pot. Here we go. Ace King 8. Ace King 9 is the flop. Antonio is in the lead. Turn is an 8. And the river is a jack. We will lose, Mario. The bubble has been burst, ladies and gentlemen. That turn was an 8. I shouted that a bit too loudly. But alas, we have the final 6. 7th place going home at €9,550. Not bad. But we don't want to give you that. 6th place, €12,500, and the ticket is secure for all remaining players. Now it is all to play for. And it's been quite erratic at times, so I predict we will see fireworks. Antonio needs to put that foot down and keep it down. A couple of shorties here. We'll have a better idea now. An 11 big blind, a 16 big blind, and an 18 big blind stack, and then Grinder and Zappa with 46 and 49 bigs. But it is Antonio who is way out in the lead with 78 big blinds. PCW says, my boy Alfonso still in it to win it. Yeah, baby. Who have you got winning this one? Let me know in the chat. Obviously, Antonio is the favorite, but he's not that far in the lead. Anything can happen here. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Don't ever forget it. 6 remain, and Antonio with 64 million chips. It's going to be hard to beat from here. All the time says Luigi has run good. He has, yeah. Hey, long way to go yet, as I keep saying. Mohammed raising them in from under the gun. Antonio, I don't know what he's doing here. He's got a lot of chips in his hand. Oh, he's going to call. It looked like he was doing something else. Trips for Antonio here. I'm going to bet 900k with the Queen Jack on the turn. Don't raise. Why is he raising? No need to raise there. Just call. Triple gets €879 from attorney. Well done, Triple. And he wins a win, boy. Antonio wins another one in the hijack, ace-3 off suit. Raisy daisy. He's going to raise to 2 mil. Ace King Jack is the flop. Mohammed with Jack Deuce. Zappa with 8-7 of clubs. But is Antonio with the best hand, takes down another pot. Mohammed is all in from the small. Nats in the big wants a count. He's got Queen Jack off suit. Looks like he wants to call here. Huge pay jumps, by the way, from here on out. Difference between 6th and 5th is from €12,500 to €15,600. Disciplined laydown there from the Queen Jack, but ICM wise, I don't really think we want to be calling for that portion of our stack. Alfonso in the hijack with ace-6 offsuit. Now he is possibly the shortest stack remaining. I still prefer to have a better hand than ace-6 here. But man, Alfonso. DJ Triple wants to know, is this stream delayed by 15 or 30 minutes? We're on a 30-minute delay. Zappa raising to 2 mil, and Antonio in the big here with ace-6 off suit. Antonio will 3-bet, and he's going to 3-bet to 7 million, putting the pressure back on Zappa. That's will take down the blinds and antes with the king 9. So king 9 of clubs taking down the previous hand, and now Antonio with the pocket 5s raising to 2.5 mil. Alfonso finds ace king, snaps it off, stands up. What's the matter with you? We got ace king, I'm all in. Forget about it. So Antonio has the opportunity to eliminate Alfonso. 16.8 million in the pot. Queen Jack 8 is the flop. It's still looking good for Antonio. A lot of outs to dodge as we hit the turn. Turn is the 4 of clubs, and now Alfonso needing help on this river, or he will be eliminated in 6th place. River is the king. Sit back down, Alfonso. You ain't going anywhere yet, big dog. Still playing a healthy 21 big blinds. That won't affect Antonio too much, but he would rather be winning them ones than losing them. Mr. State the Obvious. Brought to you by Action Man Dan. Antonio raised to 1.6. Alfonso lets it go. Round to the big blind. Zappa. King 757 is the board. Zappa checking the turn. Antonio just going to bet for protection / value. Might get value from a straight draw. Antonio will take another pot down. Look at all those pink chips. Update of the chip counts, folks. 88 bigs. He's way out in pole position now. Reinder in second place with 41 bigs. Then Zappa with 39. Alfonso 21 after that double up. Natska with 18. And Mohammed is your short stack once again. This guy has had a lot of swings and roundabouts today. What an action-packed day of poker it's been. So much twists in the tail. He finds himself still in contention with 11 big blinds. Alfonso, King 9 at diamonds, 20 bigs. I am shocked to see him pass such a strong hand on the button there. I can only put that down to fatigue or not paying attention or just not analyzing the situation enough. I don't really know why you was out with 20 bigs on the button. The King 9 suited when we've seen him play way lesser holdings than King 9. He's into two shortish stacks as well. Mohammed, the shortest stack, he can apply pressure, but it's a case of what could have been. Zappa 7-5 at diamonds. Mohammed with the Jack 3. Flop going check, check, and now the turn is the ace of spades. The turn going check. Mel River is the queen of diamonds. Grinder with ace king, min raising. I will read your story in a minute, DJ Triple. If I start telling stories on this channel, I won't be getting much poker action. It looks like it's an interesting one. Natsk is going to defend with the jack line off. Suit flop is an open ender for Natsk. Grinder going to bet 1.1. Natsk is going to raise to 3 million total. 10-8 deuce, rainbow. And now if I'm grinder, this looks very strong from Nats, but I have such a monster hand myself, I might have to at least see a turn. Turn is the 7 of diamonds, and that's going to be the end of this, I'd say. That's because a straight, and the thing about hitting your straight here is very hard to get paid. And I like this check. It's like a check for deception, hoping to get a bet out of grinder. It's just not grinder's board. And he checks back, and the river is the queen of diamonds. That's now betting 8 million. I was going to say, is there any way, if Nats was to check again, the grinder might go for it because he has the ace of diamonds blocker. That was just too fancy. Nats is going to take that one down with the straight. And we move on to the next hand. Right, DJ Triple has a funny story. Just because I saw the dealer hitting the player's fingertips of the cards, I once was hit by a dealer in Vegas as well. He managed to cut my finger with the card. I didn't even realize what he did and started apologizing, and I didn't know why. 2 minutes later, a casino manager stood by my side and gifted me a 500 free roll on any table game of my choosing. Best thing about it was choose Ultimate Hold'em and turned that 500 into $21 within an hour. What a lucky bugger you are. That's hilarious. Thanks for sharing. I've got some funny poker stories myself, but maybe to be talked about in person and not on stream, shall we say. Grinder is going to min raise here with the king queen offsuit, and that's with the ace 5 of hearts, 23 bigs in the small blind. This makes a very good hand to rejam with, even though it is a lot of bigs, considering Mohammed is the short stack with 10 bigs or less. Looks like he's just going to piece out a 3-bet, and this is also a viable option. So Nats is just going to call. Nats is just going to call. This is also fine. He literally could have done anything there. And Antonio coming along for the ride with Jack 10 of diamonds. Interesting flop coming up 3-way with 5.6 million in the pot. Ace 6-4 is the flop. Flop getting checked through, and now the turn is the 8 of hearts. And that's with the best of it. So DJ Triple, did you get a slice of the action? Yeah, what would happen if you got in an altercation or something? They'd probably give you a ticket to a main event. It's nearly worth letting someone cut you just to see what happens next. Not with a knife, of course. It is Grinder going for it here. 2.6 million is the bet, blocking some ace-x hands like ace-king and ace-queen, although they're not really in the small blind or the big blind's range. But we have them in ours. Maybe we don't once the flop gets checked through. Nats is just going to call. We will see a river. 10.8 million in the pot. The river is the queen. That's going to kill the action. The queen of spades. Grinder will hopefully just want to get the showdown here and check behind. Unless Nats goes for a bet. And he doesn't. Does just check. Nats. God damn it. Can't speak his name. Nats with ace-3 offsuit on the button. Antonio. There's a really nice 3-bet in hand here with all those chips. I like 3-betting here to about 6 million. 6.6, 5.6, something around that area. Does 3-bet to 6 million. He must have heard me. Really nice combo to do it with. Talking to his opponent. A lot of money on the line, over 70 grand for the winner, but sure, we'll have a convo. Gets Nats to fold the ace-3 offsuit. And Zappa with 10-4 of spades. Big hand developing here. Grinder all in with nines and Alfonso with ace queen of hearts. This is a huge moment for both players involved with 32 million in the pot. Here's the flop, king 7-3. Grinder can eliminate Alfonso here. Turn is the 3 of hearts. River is the 5 of hearts. We're going to lose Alfonso in 6th place. What a fun guy. Great to call his action. Hopefully see him again. And that means we are going to go on a break, folks. That was a fun frame of action. Antonio with 89 bigs, Grinder with 48, Zappa with 41, Nax with 31, and Mohammed with 8 has got a pay jump. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's all kicking off for the Balkan poker circuit. We will stay till the job's done and crown one of these 5 remaining players as your champion. See you all in a few moments.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get
think,
a fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SPR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? hard to say. You know, Rajanovsky is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with
right.
2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s,
if
9s,
up
10s.
Against, yes,
not...
counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much just slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovsky, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovsky to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising. Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's going to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Deset soon rates to be experiencing himself if those 2 little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10K ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Deset unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Good luck, guys.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings.
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci, Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know. Yeah.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Welcome back, folks. Let's go. 5 players remaining now. Despite what the screen says, Mohammed is all in under the gun with Queen 10 of diamonds. Mohammed is all in for 6.7 million. So he does take that one down. Zap is all in from the small. I have no idea if they were talking about a deal on the break. Couldn't tell you. I believe there might have been some real talk going on behind the scenes. We'll know by how erratic they're playing, I believe. Bird says, I would never make a deal in Vegas. I take the money, you can have the bracelet. They cannot cash out the WSOP ticket. They must play the first bullet, but any additional bullets that they win or accumulate over the year, they can be used for cash, etc. Sapper raised to 2.6 million. $500,000 is the big blind now, by the way. 1 million is the big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. That's $500,000, 1 mil, 1 mil. This is what happens. So much chips still in play when you've 3,512 entries. Nax will let that one go. Zappa taking that one down. I would like to see Nax see a turn card there, but with one of the short stacks, doesn't want to risk it. I think if we're going to defend, we at least want to see a turn. Small blind is just going to complete with 5-4 offsuit, and Antonio in the big blind. He has 75k in live cashes, by the way. So this would double his lifetime cashes if he was to take this one down, and he has 69 bigs. Antonio wins that one. The showdown. All the time says winning the ticket for all 6 is already the deal I would like. Yeah, why not? Mohammed finding kings at kings in the cutoff. We're going to have action here. Zappa raising to 2.5 mil. Zappa priced in. We'll call the 3.7. Zappa needing an ace, or Mohammed will double up to 14 million in chips. It's hard to kill this guy. He has doubled up so many times. Like it ain't no thing. Here we go. Jack 8-6. Turn is the 10 of diamonds, an open ender, but it's not to be. Deuce of diamonds hits the river. Mohammed will double up, and Zappa still comfortable with 32 million. Anna says, Dan, how are you, my friend? I'm pretty good. It's been a long day. and I have some college. I have an exam I have to do tomorrow, so I'm a bit distracted. But other than that, I have had a really fun time calling the action over the last 9 hours. And the chat has been very lively and active. Lots of questions, some stories were in there. And overall, I would say I'm not so bad for a Monday evening / night. Fast approaching midnight at King's. Nice to have you with us all the same, Alice. Antonio raising to 2 mil. Grinder going to 3-bet to 6.4 with Jack 10 off suit. And OG's turn to take down a pot. Grinder says all the time 100 he's liked the Grinders play throughout the day, and I would have to agree with you. Hell of a battle we've got going on here with 5 remaining. These guys fairly evenly matched. I mean, obviously Antonio, the runaway bride, but one double up, and that changes things considerably. So Antonio opening, Grinder calling. Both players with the same hand. Grinders is suited. And 6-4 is the flop, 2 clubs. Mohammed checking with the 9-5. I might just lead here if I'm Antonio. Well, a C-bet, whatever. Bit about 2.5 mil. He goes for 2.5 mil. Good man, Antonio. Bird says lots of smaller poker series are playing their main event in Kings, e.g. Italian series, Swiss, etc. Yeah, there's loads of events coming up at Kings. You've got that Rozvadov festival coming up as well. Mohammed takes it down with the King 9 offsuit. Ace 3, min raising on the button. Takes it down. All the time says if they are final two, should be a hell of a match. Antonio versus Grinder is my guess. Yeah, get your predictions out in the chat. Mohammed taking that one down. So Grinder min raising, Mohammed min calling. 4 deuce 9 is the flop. And guys, we could see an all in the call here. Mohammed is just going to call. I mean, with 2 overs and a flush draw, I feel like he should be jamming this flop. And Grinder might want to bet again here because it's unlikely his opponent has a 10 in his range. Unless he wants to give a free river Free river it is. I'd be trying to extract value from Mohammed there. But now Grinder wants to go for a lot of value against Mohammed, who has shown a propensity to be a bit of a calling station at times. Got to call it as they see it. Does bet 5.5 mil, and I predict these things. He snaps them off. Mohammed going to be down to 3 bigs. And he finds himself now with 3 big blinds. Mohammed does find himself all in. Will be getting called by the King Queen. So we do have an all-in and a click back, shall we say. As DJ Triple says, that shuffle machine is hotter than Pam Anderson in the 80s. 10, 7, 8 is the flop. Mohammed looking good as we hit the turn. Turn is the 5 of hearts. You can't get rid of this guy. Just a king or a queen will send him to the rail. It's a 10. Mohammed will sit back down with 9 bigs. So he does get the double up. Prop Hunter says, but it will run out and they will chip bully him. DJ Triple says that guy has no luck, just too many extra lives. Or not Croc Hunter, Crow Hunter. And he will take that one down. Tit for tat here, 5-handed affair. Everyone waiting for Mohammed to bust, but he just doesn't want to oblige. Antonio with them in. Zappa with King 5 off suit. Just gets rid of it. Fatigue will be setting in, folks. You've got to remember it's nearly midnight at Kings. These guys have been playing for days on end. They've gone through a field size of over 3,500. They've secured the ticket. Adrenaline will be running high. We can only make so many good decisions in a day. DJ Triple says action killer flop. Folding queen jack against a button min raise is a bit too tight five-handed in my opinion. Yeah, I did say that. And if I didn't say that, then I meant to say that. It is mad that Zappa is like a mystery face. We have no idea what he looks like. That has occurred to me that I haven't spoke about that enough. Zappa isn't even going to entertain opening on the button with Jack 7 of diamonds. Everyone is waiting for Mohammed to bust, and Nax needs to call this with King 9 suited. This could be it, folks. Mohammed shoving in the small. Can't be folding this. It's just going to be too strong. Five-handed against Mohammed. I realize it's for half of his stack, but it is only 8 big blinds total. And if he folds the King 9 suited here, he is gifting Mohammed. His hand is just going to be too strong. His body language is indicating that he wants to fold this. Like, Mohammed is showing time and time again that he's ready to gamble. Come on, man. This is just such a great spot. Like, Mohammed has shown a few times he doesn't really care about the ICM. They've all locked up the ticket. They might have done a deal away from the table. There's 5 remaining. You're the covering stack. If you lose, then c'est la vie. As they say in France. In France. Crow Hunter says, I get hiding face expressions and hiding bluffs, but how can he be that comfortable playing like that? Zappa, yeah, I agree. Sometimes it just works for people, though. That's what they like to do. Of all the tables now I've commentated on, I wouldn't feel like the players are really getting too much reads on each other. Now, it could be wrong, of course, but if Zappa is comfortable playing like that, then so be it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He puts it in the bin. Come on, man. I know I'm being a bit hard on the recreationals, but it's not even King 8 or King 7 offsuit. Like, it's King 9 suited. How do I reach these kids? He will regret that one, I feel. There are no deals at Kings at the feature table, DJ, but what happens away from the table stays away from the table. That's all I can say at this time. Antonio takes down another pot with the 9-7 off suit this time. All of this dynamic to what's happening here as well, people making nip folds, etc. It's just playing into Antonio's hands. And look at this, he's got two black birds sitting in a tree. In raises into Zappa. Antonio betting 1.6 on the ace jack 9 board. Zappa defending with the king 8, and that looks like he's going to raise here, is it? He's obviously picked up on a tell or something. The queens are going to continue, and let's see what Zappa does here on the turn. He has picked up additional equity. Looks like Zappa has had enough of being messed around with. Wasn't expecting him to pull out this move until Muhammad was done and dusted. Zappa is now going to bet 6.6 million. And now Antonio has a decision. What a bluff that was from Zappa. Gets it through. Got to tap the table to him there. Getting the ladies to fold, repping big on that board. Did have a straight blocker with the 8 in his hand, but that didn't phase him. Check raising on the flop. Sexy stuff from Zappa. And I will say it's a change of pace because he had been playing relatively tight. I hadn't seen much of Zappa. He's talking away there, but can't see his face. Antonio won't believe that later. Or will believe that later, but right now he thinks he's made a good fold. I'm not sure exactly what they're saying at the table. DJ Triple says check raising the ace on the flop and 60% pop bet on the turn. Perfectly played. The Peef says, believe it or not, I know him from my home game. You just bring a mystery guy around to your home game. He's like standing beside the fridge. You don't even know who he is. You're like, hey man, do you want a beer? That's really funny to hear that. Reckless at times, absolute classic. Thank you for sharing that. Find that very funny, clearly. Mohammed with ace-6, Grinder with 8-7. 10 Jack 7 deuce is the board. Antonio won't be too phased though, still playing over 70 million. It's just really sporadic to see Zappa decide he wants to pull a bluff there. He must have had a live tell. Maybe that Peef can shed some light on the tell situation, what kind of a player he is. The silent assassin. Anonymously. Well, bing, bang, boom, just like that. Zappa moves all in. Aces snapping off in the big blind. And this will put a dent in Zappa's stack. And that's with the nuts, the pre-flop nuts, 31.5 million in the pot. Seven, 6, 4 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of spades, and that is so sick. Wow. The ace is getting cracked in spectacular fashion. The best he can hope for is an 8 on the river for a chop pot. Zappa going to eliminate next with the nut flush. Wow, what a hand. So guys, 4 players remaining. I needed to stand up and breathe there for a moment. 4 remain. Zappa showing that he ain't done yet. Pulls off a spectacular bluff and then cracks the aces. It's game on. Wow, this has been thoroughly entertaining. Hope you're enjoying the show wherever you're tuning in from. What a day it's been. Zappa, 2.2 million with 2 mystery cards to go with his mystery facial features. Suddenly Zappa playing 50 mil and Antonio playing 70. Still so much chips in play, folks. Remember, this is 1 hour blinds. So 4 remaining, 5th place, leaving us with a 10k ticket and a sizable sum of cash. Antonio in the small blind with pocket 5s. 4 remaining, chasing the title, €70,500 and all the glory that goes with it. Antonio will complete his option with pocket 5s in the small. Queen 10-9 is the flop, 2 spades. Grinder gonna check back with 8-9. Grinder betting 1 mil. Antonio calling. Antonio checking and Grinder with his trips, just deciding how much he can get paid and what kind of holding he can get paid by. Try get paid by a queen or a 10. For a hand like 5s, just go for a large size, you've almost pot. There's always one bird. There's always one. It has been such a nice stream. It still is. A great day in the chat. Could be many hours left in this battle yet, you know. 4-handed. Antonio not having it all go his own way anymore. Grinder betting 4.7 mil here on the river, and I think Antonio might look him up. There's some busted straight draws, busted flush draws. We're 4-handed. He's got a pair. Antonio does make a disciplined laydown. We can see it was a good one. Grinder in the small, king 7 of clubs. He's also very well stacked. Ace queen 5 is the flop. Zappa with the jack 9. Mohammed is all in against Zappa. Mohammed with king 4, Zappa with ace 6. The way Zappa's been running, Mohammed is up against it, even if he does have 42% equity. Here we go. Jack 3 deuce is the flop. Not much in it for Mohammed. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. One card left for Mohammed, needs a king or a 4. It's the ace of clubs. Mohammed has finally left the building. He's been eliminated in 4th place. Back-to-back eliminations, and what a nice chunk of change it is for him. Sorry, Bird, could you just put the payouts in the chat for a second? Please. And it looks like we are going to go on another break. Look how even Stevens this is turning out to be. 68 bigs playing 56, playing 52. We're going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. I will see you all then. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing and crown one of these 3 remaining players as your Balkan Poker Circuit main event champion. See you all in a few moments.
Do want to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome those of you who are streaming live on the Poker Room Kings Twitch and YouTube channels. Randy and I do have both chats open and are monitoring the chatter in there. Obviously appreciate all of your enthusiasm for this World Series of Poker Europe. As things do roll on, did mention day 1A of the main event is taking place. There will be 2 day ones, and that is certainly the reason behind why it is. As we pulled up to the casino here today, we saw more people out front than we had at any other point.
No, but I have problem that,
If there's a problem, they will tell me. You cannot tell me.
Next time you didn't put it on the in the hand. You know that, yeah? Yeah, it happened last time, yeah, and I said 7 times to this guy, and he didn't still put it. Yeah, I'm just saying, please ensure that.
Okay, so if you're wondering what it is that's got Martin bent out of shape, Randy, walk us through it. You were in the booth, I believe, last time when Orpin and he were at the, feature table.
See. No.
So
go on.
Basically, Orpin is waiting until the action is on him to scan his hand. And Martin, for whatever reason, has decided that this is an issue for him, and he's not really happy about it, and he's zeroed in on Orpin. You can see Orpin doesn't seem to be too flustered by it, but Cabral just having a bit of a go, let's call it, at Orpin over this matter. And Orpin pushed back and said, "Hey, listen, if there's an issue, I'm sure I'll hear about it from the staff. You don't need to worry about it."
Yeah, it's goes to show how he can ruffle some feathers from time to time.
Couple of jacks here looking to do some ruffling.
Put the chips for the dealer. It's very big table. Thank you.
Joe
You're
Chuen.
definitely right. It is your delivery made me laugh. I said you're definitely right. But your delivery made me laugh.
Flatting with the king-queen suited. Suvarna liked the price. Ace deuce deuce. Nobody likes this board.
No, especially not Cabral. You don't want to see that ace, Joe Trent thinking about taking a shot at it.
Like this material might make like a nice mattress. Yeah,
I can see it.
A little memory foam.
$155K lead from Joe.
Cabral's going to expect Joe to c-bet most of his range on ace deuce deuce board, so he probably is going to pay off one and see what's up. He likes to take mid-hand swigs of water, I've noticed.
Really?
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, just might be a way for him to kind of measure himself.
His version of the, what, Oreo cookie from Rounders? Teddy KGB?
I don't think it's a tell, but...
Oh, he only took one gulp. Interesting, because one of the outs for Joe is that jack from his point of view, but that would give Cabral jacks full. Be huge trouble.
Suvarna, oddly enough, would have had a 10 if he had stuck around looking for backdoor equity. Totally understand, obviously, his decision not to, of course. And look at Joe Chuen.
This is power.
Leaning on Cabral.
He's giving Cabral a lot of credit to still call his flop c-bet with all of the pocket pairs. And they wouldn't be able to handle heat 2 barrels. Plus, he does have a little bit of blocker against an ace-queen, which would feel comfy on this board. Maybe he has got a lot of intention to fire one more to kind of really push against like an ace-jack or lower. As it stands, though, the jacks is in an awful spot here and does lay down the best hand. Joe Tren, China.
No, as you mentioned, the jack would have been the disaster card if Cabral had come along, and
can we rabbit hunt?
Joe would have had Broadway, but yeah, second barrel getting it done there. Great shot of Martin. It was absolutely the feather ruffler here at this feature table in the 50K. Shout out, by the way, to In Crypto We Trust on YouTube, joining us from South Korea, mentioning that
I think ace queen.
his countryman, Gab-Yong Kim, who is third in chips overall right now, is
Ace 2 off.
the man he's got his eye on. Says he's a very good player.
Yes, he is. Anahang. How do you say it again? Anahang. Yeah, Seo.
Annyeonghaseyo?
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now, do you get the sense that Cabral is now not scanning his cards on purpose to just counteract?
He does strike
Orpin?
me as that guy.
100% this is designed to get under Orpin's skin. I don't think it's going to work, but you know what I mean? These are the sorts of things that Martin is always doing out there.
How much is that? One.
What just happened here?
Joe Chuen, big blind.
He just ripped like 30 blinds into his limp.
This is a stuffing.
605. And I have 80 in, yeah? 80, yeah? That's correct.
This is confusing for Cabral. We don't know his whole
big
cards.
all
Didn't
in,
scan
man.
him yet.
Ace queen again?
Oh, he's in the neighborhood.
You don't know? Look, look. You can always look if you don't know. Fold. Show. Show.
1,000 cash, I show.
1,000 cash? Tomorrow. 1,000 cash. Dollars or euros? Dollars or euros? Or once?
1,000 cash, I show.
I pay.
Joe Chuen asking for 1,000 cash from Martin to show his hand. Posting on a delay, consistent with our stream, so there will be no spoilers.
Unbelievable, this guy, Santos. He's playing almost every hand. Except that 98%. Right?
Yep.
Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have? I can't see that. Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have?
I'll count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you. $420.
Whoa. This is out of line. 6-5 offsuit, 420.
420.
Now, do you think this is more designed to not let Orpin into the pot or to attack Brewers Open? Could be a double.
It's a double.
Upside for him. Sizing, by the way, isn't going to clear a good chunk of what Brewer's opening with.
Yeah, and Brewer's got a reasonable hand. I think he's actually thinking about multiple.
All in?
Yeah,
Wow,
this is
just
one angle to
piles.
Thanks again. Chris, be honest with me. We are Team Brewer. You don't talk with me now? Why not?
All in.
Yes, so that then you can don't make any more mistakes. Yes, Kings, yes or no? Be a man. Yes or no? This. No more Team Brewer, yeah? Okay, official end of Team Brewer today. Are you set? How much?
Now, Martin, see, he's doing all this. He knows he's never making the call, Randy, and this is where I think a lot of guys get annoyed because he's milking clock, he's
Team
posturing.
Brewer, set, yeah? Again, Kings, yeah? In Kings Casino. Hold. No show?
No show.
You had Kings? Just be honest.
King's Casino.
You had Kings?
King's Casino.
I win 9. That's pretty good.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. Got what, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Tochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He
Which
has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button to blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount. Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asked, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand.
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the 6s.
9 and 9 for Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from Elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. That's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
I will see. Doesn't matter. Nuts. In River I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Funny. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies, as we march on here. Absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ale Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuth in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-betted
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, I don't like him. You don't
yeah,
like
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and king, queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
As 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Hope you enjoyed your break. Let's put a ribbon on this thing. One of these 3 remaining players is going to be your champion, Antonio. 3 betting, wasting no time, making it 10 mil here with the Jack 6 offsuit from the big blind. Zappa, the opener, with King 9 offsuit. Does let it go. Nice pick up there for the Jack 6 offsuit. Expect to see these players playing pretty aggro. All things considered, they've been playing for so long. All 3 players have locked up a minimum of €26,700, all chasing that first prize of €70,500. Second place will get €38,900. So you see the magnitude of this moment for the remaining players. As asked, was there a guarantee on this event? Sure was. We smashed it. Guarantee was €500,000. Zappa will take that one down with the ace-9 suited. As it says, 500k from a 170 buy-in is amazing. Yeah, you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 3,512 entries, 3 players remaining. If you're just tuning in, that's what you're watching. It's the 175 Balkan Poker Circuit main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We have just reached over 10 hours on the stream. Grinder raising to 2.4. Blinds have just gone up to 600k, 1.2, 1.2. 600k small blind, 1.2 million for the big blind, of 1.2 million running big blind ante. The tiredness is showing on all their faces, it says all the time. Well, it's just as well you can't see mine then, isn't it? Ha! 10-8-3 is the flop. Antonio with the 9-8. He's got the best of it. Well, this is the time where championship rounds kicks in. How bad do you want it? Stay till the job's done. Antonio going to bet 3 mil here on the turn. 6 of clubs. Gives Grinder a good shot straight draw. Fold around to the small blind, Antonio with the queen 6. Grinder hitting 2 pair on the river here. Antonio looking tired, it has to be said. I think they all are. Antonio probably thinks he still has the best hand, which he will have the majority of the time. Grinder hitting a pair on the turn, hitting 2 on the river. Antonio is going to bet 2 mil. I think Grinder should be raising. Needs to raise to at least 6 million, maybe even 7. Still get called by an ace. Yeah, I like this from the Grinder. Eight and a half. Size up, not down with your 2 pair. You're going to have some bluffs, maybe a busted straight draw, busted flush draw. Yeah, Antonio pays him off. Antonio has had a few hits to his stack, but still has 65 million. Guys, this 3-handed affair is so even Stevens now between the remaining players. It's crazy. Still so much chips in play. Really 50 big blinds apiece. Grinder raising to 2.7 million with the Queen 10 of spades. Zappa with the King 8. Seen him make a very creative bluff earlier with King 8. All the time asked, is it still 1 hour on the blinds? I think so, yeah. Perhaps they should alter the structure and make the blinds smaller when we get three-handed. Even six-handed, four-handed, something. I think three-handed, they do that. That's what they do with Poker Stars. OG will take that one down. Antonio completing in the small. King Deuce offsuit. Grinder with King Deuce of hearts. Jack 7-4 is the flop. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. The players quickly checking. The turn river is the 6 of spades. Yeah, Grinder OG's eyes looking very tired now indeed. Antonio with 5-4 spades. 2.5 million to go. Zappa defends ace 3. 6-5-10 is the best, or is the flop. Antonio flops best with bottom pair backdoor spade draw. Flop goes check, check. Turn is a spade. It's the 8 of spades. Zappa betting 3.6 mil. Antonio going to pick him off. And a really nice call there on that run out. 6-5-10, 8-10. Antonio, a non-believer, and wins a sizable pot. Now playing 76.5 million. A smile from Antonio. A few pots hadn't gone his way, but he has had it mostly go his way at this FT, it has to be said. Been dominating for the most part. Grinder OG, min raising, and Antonio. 3 betting to 10 million. And Grinder wants to be continuing here. Got too strong of a hand. King Queen off suit. Grinder will call. And look at the size of this pot pre, 21.8 million. Wow. Antonio flopping best on the 5-3 deuce. And he's going to check it. Very interesting that he checks. Thought we might see him bet like a quarter pot. 6.5 mil, something around that area. Now the turn is a 7. Antonio surely wants to block now. Can get called by some ace highs. He's playing this one very passively. I thought he might have been checking the flop to check raise. Now he's checked the flop and the turn. Seems like he's inducing. And now, turn going, check call, 38.8 million in the pot. River is the 8 of spades. And Antonio has to know, or sorry, Grinder has to know that he can't win by checking now. Is he done with the hand? There's so much money out there. He's glanced down at his chips. Just decides to give it up on that run out. Antonio will win a very nice hand and be now playing 95.6 million. Oh, Grinder looks disgusted. Nothing he can do. I thought for a minute he was going to find the all-in on the river, which would have been pretty sick, but it's a strange hand the way it played out. Checks flop and the turn in a 3-bet pot. Surely wants to get some value from ace highs, etc. And Antonio with a monster here, especially three-handed. Zappa raising to 2.5 mil. Antonio wants to make it about 10 million here. He must have heard me. 10 million is the bet. Looks like Zappa wants to see a flop here with 6-8 of diamonds. And he does call. $22.4 million in this one. Big flop coming up. And Antonio just shoves all in on Zappa. Yikes. Look at the size of this pot now. 71.6 million. Antonio stutter stepping into a monster. Zappa 73% equity to win a huge pot. Turn is the 8, and that will seal the deal. 2 pair for Zappa. That's a big swing, folks. Zappa now going to be your chip leader. Now let's see if Antonio can remain composed. That was a huge hit. He was up to 95 million. Count for everyone, says King, Queen, and all small. Gotta love it. Word. Thanks a million for your help. Good night. Azadinga with a fair point there. The snap call on the flop, not to even consider the overpair like 9s plus. Antonio taking that one down. Zappa with 58 bigs, Antonio 53, and Grinder 34. Still a lot of chips in play. Anything can happen. Grinder doubles up, he's the chip leader.
My friend, 6-8 of diamond. Your favorite hand, eh? I know. 3-5 off. But I drink better. But I drink back. No flat. But maybe it's better. No speed. No speed, my friend.
As it says, Zappa will swing his balls over his shoulder. Perhaps. Grinder min racing. Antonio calling with Queen Deuce of clubs. Grinder with 7-6 off suit. Grinder betting 3 mil. And Antonio will release. The ace 4, 9, jack board.
Yeah, maybe you win 6-8 with fold. Eh? Maybe penalty. Yeah, penalty. Why not?
Zappa with King Jack. Grinder defending. 3-3-3 is the flop. Zappa takes it down. Antonio with them in. King Jack offsuit. Grinder is going to 3-bet. If he's 3-betting, he wants to 3-bet to about 9 million. Goes for 8.6. Not the biggest fan of this 3-bet with just Queen 5 offsuit, but Antonio should definitely be continuing with King Jack. That's just not a great fold there from Antonio. He's in position. They're really deep. Well, they're not really deep, but they're 40 bigs plus. Or maybe hit a bit less. Yeah, either way, you should be seeing a flop there for that price. There you have it, folks. Only 20 bigs separating Zappa and Grinder. 59 playing 48, playing 38. Zappa with Queen 9, Antonio with Jack 6, flop is 9, 6, ace. A bet and a call, and the turn is the 9. That's going to go check, check. And now Zappa wants to go for value on the 10 of hearts river. And he's going for a very, very large bet of 10 million. Spades miss. There's a couple of straight draws that miss. But that 10 of hearts completes some of those straight draws. It is a paired board. This seems... Oh, wow. Antonio calls that off. I was not expecting to see him call there. I was saying it just seems a bit of a stretch to find the bluffs. But he does find the bluffs. In his head, calls it off, and he's now playing 28 big blinds. This is a disaster for Antonio. He was close to 100 million not so long ago, and now he is back down at 33 million, which is good for 28 big blinds. Needs to remain composed. That was a huge call off on the river. All the time says, wow. Wow. Zappa betting 3 million with top pair. And Grinder has pair of fives and an open ender. We could see action here. He's going to raise to 8.3 million. That looks like Zappa is committing himself. Well, he's committing the Grinder. 3 betting to 25 million, and now Grinder is in a bind because he has a pair and an open ender. Zappa really repping an over pair, and I feel like Grinder's just going to have to let this go. That's a huge pot for Zappa. Zappa has both of the players now. His opponent around 33 million. They both have 33 million apiece, and he's the rest of the chips in play. So he should be really putting the foot on the gas because neither player wants to bust before the other. Such massive pay jumps between third and second and first. As Zadinga says, that call was tiredness and tilt. Yeah, it's just decision fatigue. It's so hard to make that many good decisions in a day, and sooner or later your brain gives up. They've been playing tired. Like, for many days on end, so they're all just going to be tired, along with myself. Huge call to get some information, but not sure what bluff he was trying to catch with a paired board and 10 on the river. Yeah, it's just too big of a hero call. But still a good watch, hindsight and all that. I love watching imperfect poker. It reminds me I'm not the only one to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, especially when you're playing that many hands over that many days. Antonio, king six of diamonds, flop is 5, 8, 4, deuce. Deuce of diamonds rolling off. This is an interesting card because Antonio has diamonds. Zappa has the better diamonds. 4.5 million is the bet. We could see more chips go in here. Antonio has the right kind of hand to move all in with here. He's got 28 million behind. 4.5. I suppose he could just raise and commit himself. Calling, of course, totally fine also. Few different ways you could go about this one. If he does call, he does not want to see a diamond. The way he's been playing. Okay, he just decides to call. Felt like this was going to be it. He's going to put in a chunk of change on top, and I don't think Zappa would be folding. But instead, the fans don't get what they want. No action card on the river. It just pairs the board, the deuce of hearts. And now Zappa is going to bet a small amount. And if I'm Antonio, I block the straight. I just have king high. Could be a great time to turn our hand into a bluff, but instead, Antonio calls and Zappa wins with ace high. Incredible. What a hand. If we're Antonio there, we've got a really good hand to bluff with on the river, especially over a blockerish type side. One pair hand to fold. Granted, the board has paired, but I think it's our best course of action. And now Antonio finding himself with just 15 big blinds. Zappa wins another one. Grinder raising to 3.2 in the small blind with King 8 of diamonds. Zappa going to check it back. Trips for Grinder. With 12.8 million in the pot now, and the ace of clubs hitting the river. Grinder is just going to, did he say move all in, or is that 10 million? Might have been a good card to check, honestly. You might get a bluff from your opponent. Obviously don't want to jack on to showdown for free. And OG will take it down. Grinder min raise with the 8-7 of hearts. Zappa 3-betting to 7.6 million, and Antonio with a golden opportunity to 4-bet rip with the ace-king suited monster. and Zappa going to be priced in. It is all in and call. And Zappa with good equity to eliminate Antonio in third place. Otherwise, Antonio will double up to 34.2 million. Here we go, folks. It's 454. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. Zappa needing a jack or a 10, or Antonio will double up, and he does do just that. Sit back down, Antonio. Zappa couldn't put the nail in the coffin. As it says, Grinder is doing the best option here and staying out the way unless he has a monster. Yeah, I think that's a wise option. As you've had some good comments since you joined us. Andre with a raid of 106 people. That's the biggest raid I've ever seen us getting on this channel. Thanks a million, buddy, if you're still there. Very, very much appreciated this late hour in the day. Antonio, Queen 8 offsuit. We'll take that one down. Flop going check here. Grinder with ace deuce. Zappa with 10-5. Flop is, or the board is 6, 9, 10, 9. 2 million is the bet from Grinder here on the turn for denying equity. Zappa not going to be going anywhere. This pair of 10s. The river brings a double pair board now, so Grinder might think he's got the best of it. He will be saying goodbye to those chips, betting 3.7 million. Zappa with the full house. Zappa raising to 11.5 million. Wow, Grinder going to pay him off. I think Grinder had got the info he needed. Didn't need to pay Zap off on that occasion. The players are really tired out there.
My friend, every time nuts. Lo so. Against him, I called before King Guy. King 6 diamond.
Zappa with 98 bigs, Antonio with 32, and Grinder with 15. Zappa in pole position with 67% of all the chips in play. Antonio and Grinder fighting it out. Azza took the words right out of my mouth. 2 hands and the table dynamic has completely changed. Sure has.
Big blind. How much? 6. Only 6. My friend. How much? It's 1 6 and 1 6. I put 3.2. Madam, it's 60 and 60. Don't worry.
Blinds have just gone up. 800k is the small blind, 1.6 million is the big with a 1.6 million. Big blind running ante, 800, 1.6, 1.6. Zappa with 5s and Antonio King Jack of Hearts. King Jack 7 is the flop. Turn is the ace of clubs. Zappa checking on the river here. Antonio just thinking about what size he wants to go with 2 pair. Antonio betting 10 million. This should be an easy fold for Zappa, but we've seen some crazy hero calls at this FT, especially three-handed, so nothing would surprise me at this point. Zappa has called him off. He can beat nothing. Really has to have a stone bluff, Antonio. 7 King Jack Ace 9. We've seen 3 bizarre hero calls now from all players remaining. What do you think about that as a call jam river? He says question mark. Kings for Antonio.
I hope, my friend, I have good card. How much you have? Ten blind.
Absolute monster. The Kings of Kings for Antonio. I might set the trap there and just complete my option in the small, especially when Grinder only has 10 bigs to start the hand.
Call, my friend.
Ten 6-3 is the flop. 2 clubs. Antonio betting 3 mil. Show the goods. As it says, I guess Tony got value, but I wouldn't want Zappa to know I slow played a 2-pair flop. I think you might be overthinking it a bit, as I don't think they care at this point. You should see the way they were playing when there was a crazy ICM involved and there were 6 tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe up for grabs. Now, having said that, you've got to remember a lot of these players are recreationals. It's a €175 buy-in. But I don't think they really care about giving away the secrets of each other's ranges, if you know what I'm saying.
Now it's time for push, 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 push.
Zappa with 2 pair here on the river. Antonio with ace high. Filthy Derp wants to know how many buy-ins were there. There was 3,512 entries. The Balkan Poker Circuit main event. 3 players remaining. There was 500k guaranteed. We smashed the guarantee. 70,500 euro for the winner. And Grinder calling it off here, blind v blind. Antonio with Jack 8, Grinder with Ace 8. We could have a double up for the Grinder. He's 71% equity. Antonio needing a Jack. Big pot. 20 bigs in this one. Queen 6-4 is the flop. Turn is the king of clubs. A club will work for Antonio now as we hit the river. Grinder still in the lead. And it is all over for the Grinder OG. He's played a whopper of a final table. Coming up short in 3rd place. The 9 of clubs seals the deal. He got the 10k ticket for his troubles and a sizable sum of cash. That sizable sum of cash is 26,700 euro. Fantastic score for him. We're going on a short break. Get this heads up battle set up. And then we'll be back. We're ribbon on this thing and crown one of the remaining players as your BPC champion. See you all in a few moments.
do to make me love you?
Rob really knows how to put on a show, doesn't he? It's really changed the table dynamic.
Is it usually in January or is it a different one? November, end of the year, they tend to. It's the grand final. For like, it's just a local UK tour, yeah. It's $1 million for 1K. It's a good tournament.
Yeah, I'm still. Perhaps the most surprising hand was the King 9, 3-betting from the small blind and just ripping for 5 times pot on a King high board. I'm still trying to work it out.
I think it's like the whole dynamic in the 7 deuce game on that kind of stuff, especially against Bart, the rivalry.
I'd love to see what happened if Bart was just in there with 10s. What does he do? Rob going after Yovaral's button open, but this one a reasonable open with King Jack. Going to be opening far wider than that in your stand-up game.
Candidate. Blocking ace king, kings, jacks.
Calling candidate as well, perhaps, Henry?
Leaving him?
Sorry?
A calling candidate as well, perhaps? Or do you...
I think in position, it's okay when you're this deep. It looks like he's going for the former.
Slow yo.
Rob's in one of those moods.
Yeah, but this is just tough. Wow! Henry, you called it. He's in one of those moods.
Whoa.
In it goes. Maybe another advert or a reason, perhaps, to favour flooding more in that position if Rob's just going to put you in the bin.
I don't want to leave.
Wow.
Sick, Alex.
Yeah, that was.
I had a sick feeling I should have took all. I was like, fuck.
I had King 4.
You're ready with the jacket off. An even more colourful shirt beneath.
You guys not behind me, I call as well.
I was calling and I was winning.
I think he has 7 deuce and 8-3 sometimes. And
yeah, I was calling also. If he's on call, I was calling.
I think he has all the Broadway, like King Queen, King Jack, he's just pretty light.
You said 400?
Yeah, he's
Too much in the middle.
25 blind. 25 blind. 25 blinds, but...
Alex, pop it up from the button queen, 7 of spades. Shows that going to defend big, is he? Action on him, he does defend the big.
Nice, there is your name on it.
Yeah, there's my name on it.
Nice.
I got one of each color. Put on.
Oh, is it the inhaler thing?
Yeah, you want to try?
Yeah, after the hand, so I focus.
Yeah, she said that.
I'll focus on the flop. Queen high spades, shows that with plenty to continue himself.
One to match every outfit. Black, red, gold, and blue.
I wish I was as stylish as Elkie.
I don't have so many blue clothes actually. I need to get up in.
Great ball to c-bet on, of course. The King 10, unlikely to go anywhere just yet. Botes does have 2 more streets to apply pressure or get there. Was a sizable c-bet, 75% on the flop.
Spicy turn card for her, picking up an open ender. Jack, of course, gives the straight to the queen. I wonder, Henry.
Big bet spot.
Yeah, having bet quite big on the flop lends itself to going pretty big here.
Yeah, she's opened on the button. Can certainly have hands like Queen Jack, 7-6.
Right, and all the 2 pairs, all
like
reasonable.
This. Yeah, I like this big bet. Just really apply pressure on 10x, 8x.
And where shows it have one of the really good hands to call on the flop, Henry? I imagine this King 10 kind of goes the other way on this turn card, being that you don't have a straight draw with it.
I just snap called.
Yeah.
On the turn.
He's seen enough in this game, Henry. It takes more than 2 bullets to get a pair out.
Well, he's not going to be folding now. Question is, does Botes empty the clip? She's got the right kind of hand to do it with.
Yeah, I wonder. Scary when you bet big twice and you've been called twice. Opponent just have 2 pair here laying and wait for you.
Yeah, and if your opponent's just sticky with like an ace-x, with the 7 deuce and 8-3 shenanigans going on, maybe running big bluffs here, trying to get top pair to fold, is a surefire way to get stuck a few dimes.
All in.
Ooh, 1.5 times, Henry.
This is such a gangster play. I just don't see it working on that river.
Right, but it's
every other river this works, right?
Oh,
Every
for
non-10,
sure.
non-king river.
Even he's not drawing this with King 10 against the overbet. But what you mentioned, Henry, the 7 deuce game, the 8-3 game, gives you all those combos where this could be like additional combos, I should say.
Botez is here to play.
She can have all the sets. Ace King, Ace 10.
Such a credible line.
Queen Jack of spades.
That's one of the hands as well, Queen Jack.
Botez loves hearing that when she's holding the Queen of Spades. Or a busted flush draw.
He's got the King of Spades. Not a lot of them. Queen X and Jack X of Spades are the ones that make sense. It's hands that have straight draws and flush draws on the turn. But may elect to bet river, as you say, blocking those straights.
Regardless of the outcome, you have to tip your hat.
Yeah.
Oh, he's made the call.
Oh, I missed both.
Oh, wow, sick.
I missed, is what you love to hear.
The Queen high.
Nice call.
Nice call. Wow.
Any other river,
Yeah.
I think it gets the job done.
So it's kind of crazy because I just played a 50,000 euro hand. So that's the biggest pot of the game so far, and it's crazy because I was on my feet. I was probably ordering something to drink, or I was giving and Elki told me, "Oh, come, you have a hand," and maybe I would have been in the toilet or something, and I just come and I check my hand and I have kings. So I was like, "Oh, thanks God he told me to come," you know, and he raised the button actually, and now I have kings, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna trap him. Okay, I'm gonna trap him. I'm just gonna call him, you know, in the small blind. He's on the button. I'm calling him on small blind to trap him. Okay. Then Alex Botez just re-raised. That's the dream. From the big blind, she re-raised like 1,000 something. I think it was 1,200. Elki just called. So now I mean against 2 players, I think I don't want to trap anymore. I want to just like make it bigger and just like maybe have one opponent, you know. So I'm like just re-raising around 4K. Alex think about it and call, and Elki call also. Flop came 8-6-4 with 2 hearts. I bet 3,600. Alex fold and Elki call. And the turn come, I'm praying for no hurt because I have no hurt, and you know there is a flush draw out there. Turn came a 4, so 8-6-4. I'm praying that he doesn't have like 4-5 or Ace-4. I don't know, something like among those lines. And I'm just going all in and hope. Actually happy if I take the pot right now, but he decided to call with 9s, which I was even more happy with because he has only 2 outs and we ran it twice and I won twice. So 50K pot, biggest pot of the game so far tonight, and I hope because I was losing till now, so I hope now I'm came back quite up. I hope it's gonna still be like that for the last 3 hours of the game. Okay.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Heads up bet battle has commenced. That's what they're playing for. That and the small matter of over €70,000 in cash. As it says, has anyone in chat been to Kings? We have indeed. If you would like to find out more about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We've got some great merchandise over there as well. We've got the new Poker Face collection. As I asked, which is the best airport to fly into and what is the best mode of transport? You can get a shuttle cab, will pick you up. It's about 90 minutes away from Prague Airport. That's your best course of action. It's actually just over an hour. Just over an hour away from Prague Airport on a good day. As the crow flies. You're on the German border. The place is fantastic. You've got 24/7 cash games, all the tournaments you could want. There's amazing places for accommodation, restaurants, bars. There's even a pool and sauna, like a thermal bath up on the 6th floor, which is great for relaxing. Zappa betting 9 million here on the river on the Queen, deuce 6 or 10 boards. Antonio just with king high. We've seen him make some big calls, but this would just be a stretch. Surely he just has to let it go. He can beat some diamond draws, beat some spade draws, perhaps. Does have a 5 blocker blocking the straight. Perhaps king high might be a good call. Like we can see, it's not on this occasion. Zappa will win a sizable pot to get things underway with this heads-up battle. When you think about it, there is a lot of draws he beats. We've seen him make bigger calls than that, so it's no surprise that he called with the king high, running into the top of Zappa's range, of course. Antonio with Jack 8 of diamonds. Turkey's two bigs he's playing now. Antonio getting to showdown with the best hand with Jack High. Zappa could have took a stab at that at one point. The players retired. Zappa raising it up here with the A6 offsuit and Antonio with Queen 8 of hearts. Zappa betting 3 mil. Antonio with second pair. Antonio calls again. Turn is the Queen of Spades. 2 pair now for Antonio. Terrible turn card for Zappa. Zappa betting 6 million this time. Antonio just going to call. Zappa trying to extract more value on this river, going for 10 million, and Antonio is just going to be calling. I don't see him raising, and I don't see him folding. So calling just becomes the play, especially with this much money already in the pot. Expect the unexpected. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Does decide to move all in. Obviously feels like he can get worse hand to call. Got two paired at 9, completing straight as well. Two straights. The low end and the high end. Now Zappa can only really beat a bluff. This would be a huge call off. Although we are playing heads up, just so hard to find the bluffs here. Good fold. Pretty standard though. Once we bet that amount on the river, you would really have to be finding a genius bluff. Zappa gonna call for 2 mil on the 3-6-5 flop. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Antonio now with top pair. Zappa bets 4 million. Antonio calls with the best hand, and now they're basically even Stevens. As it says, Zappa will know he has the queen and feel Tony is prone to bluffing here too. Only betting 3.5 mil. Zappa calling. River is the 4 spades. Antonio betting 10 million. Zappa with 5s. Is going to complete his option. Antonio checks with 6 deuce. Fives again for Zappa indeed. Azza. $4 million is the bet. Antonio might pay this one off, and he does. Now they're basically the exact same in chips. 54 big blinds apiece. Incredible. As all the time says, definitely card distribution favoring Antonio right now. ECW says, I'm surprised he's allowed to wear a scarf like that. I thought that isn't allowed. We've seen it a couple of times, ECW. Nice to have you back with us as we approach 12 hours into the stream. ECW is always here till the bitter end. Go on, the lads. Antonio wins this one. ECW says it's not allowed in casino. I always thought to put off his headgear and glasses. I don't know what the line is. There is no line. We've seen Poker Face collection with masks sewn in. It seems to be a new trend, if you want to know the truth. I do understand his concerns. We can't really shed any more light on it than that. Antonio betting 6 million here. This top pair on the 10-7-3, Jack 4 board. And Zappa's going to win a big pot because it looks like he's putting in a raise. Straight is out there and the flush hits the river. That's the raise to about 20 mil, it looks like. About 18, is it 16?